gas station. So they agreed to build the entrance on East Main Road to have a right-hand turn only from East Main, coming from Aquidneck Avenue on into the gas station. But when they built that, I'm sorry, and then also the exit going, out onto East Main Road is a right-hand curve. But when they built that little island there, they didn't build it with a curve. So people are still taking lefts in there. And it's not just the, in the summertime it was tourists, you could see that.
Are you saying from East Main, right across from Dunkin' Donuts, taking a left, coming west?
They're coming this direction.
Okay.
And they're turning left into Neon. Instead of going to the intersection of the stoplight at Aquidneck Avenue, turning into Aquidneck Avenue and then turning into the gas station, they're turning left from East Main Road.
Okay.
So that was a big discussion for the woman who lives right there on that corner. That was a big issue. It was a big discussion for a lot of residents on the east side.
Mrs. Kelly.
So I just wanted to mention it. I tried videotaping it, but I don't want to get myself into a car accident. I've tried taking pictures every time I see it. But it's not just the tourists. It's really locals now, because this is December or January. But I just wanted to mention that's a really big concern of people taking lefts on East Main Road. And they were supposed to, they had committed, as I said, to make it their little island a curve so you could only take a right. They should actually have a huge sign right there that says no left-hand entrance, or no left turn entrance, or something of that nature. I don't have a solution for it, but I just really think it's a very, very big accident waiting to happen.
Okay. Thank you. Sean, could we go back to just have the building official look at the zoning decision and see what type of restrictions were put on there? And if that is the case, then we probably, I don't know how you police that, maybe just signage or whatever, but we'll certainly, Sean will have them take a look at that.
Green light, and all of a sudden, someone stops right in the middle of East Main Road to turn left, and they're coming full speed through a green light. So it's just a really big concern. And not only that, but you've got the Aquidneck people coming through Aquidneck Avenue, turning right onto on Wyatt, and it's just the speed factor is a very, very, very risky situation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Motion to act as a Board of License Commission.
Second.
We have a motion to second act Board of License Commission. All in favor? Aye. Okay, acting as the Board of License Commission, number 2, applications, and there are 2 from the Norman Bird Sanctuary, 583 Third Beach Road, for Class F1 alcoholic beverage licenses. These are one-day only licenses for the same premises on the following dates. Saturday, January 15, 2022, from 4 p.m. to 5:45 p.m., and Friday, February 4th, 2022, from 5:30 p.m. to 8 p.m.
Motion to grant said license.
Second.
Motion is second to grant said license. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay.
Motion to reconvene as Town Council.
Second.
We have a motion is second to reconvene as a council. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Let's move on to consent calendar. Would anybody like to remove any items from the consent calendar?
I'd like 6 and 7.
Okay. Number 6 and number 7.
Motion to adopt the consent calendar minus items 6 and 7.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt the consent calendar minus items number 6 and 7. All in favor? Aye. Is anybody opposed? Okay. And item number 6, communication of Allison C. Atkins, VP of Finance and Human Resources, Discover Newport, in reference to a consolidated annual audit report for the years ended June 30th, 2021 and 2020.
Motion to receive said communication and report.
Second.
So a motion is second to receive. All in favor? Aye. Dennis, you are our liaison to that committee?
Correct.
That board?
Yes.
Excellent.
Thank you.
I always thought it was I served on it for 6 years. I always thought it was a good opportunity to update, because the town gets pretty good money. When I read that report, it was kind of eye-opening.
Right.
Yeah,
There's a lot to it.
there is.
And I am, been attending the meetings, and it's a great organization. They're really trying to help out the hotels and the businesses in the area. So all I did was I reached out to them today just to see if they would have someone here to present and give us kind of an update on this. And they thought it was a good idea, but they're out of town at this time. So they'd like us to accept it, so we recognize that we did
Okay.
receive it, but I'm going to put something on a future docket for them to come and present.
That would be great. It's always nice to get a state of the tourism, because the town gets certain taxes, beverage and meals taxes, and the report I read, the numbers weren't very favorable.
Well, they're-
They weren't terrible, but, 2020 was something, but, it's just nice to get an update, that's all.
sounds good. Thank you.
All right, so we did receive that. Let's move on to number 7, communication of Teresa M. Spangler, chairperson. Chairwoman, Middletown School Committee, in reference to Middletown Public Schools General Operating Fund is projecting a deficit.
Motion to receive said communication.
We
Second.
have a motion, second to receive, all in favor? Okay. Dennis?
Thank you, Mr. President. I was approached by a couple residents asking me in reference to this docket item, and it was on the consent, and they understand that it just goes through the consent if we just approve it. So they just want a little bit of an explanation of the letter and what the letter is basically saying.
Okay. You looking for me to answer that, or?
You can.
Okay, so we were notified about a month ago or so that the school has a $320,000 deficit. And so, we're going to have to look at that this budget season. One of the things I do, school is here, so it's good if somebody can come up. Teresa, if you don't mind. I was going to pull this off as well, but Dennis did it, so that's really the explanation. But as far as the obligation of the Rhode Island General Law, we're still looking for the letter that says what caused the deficit.
Right, so as we talked to you last month in December, at the December meeting, we are still working on that. We had talked to you about having till the end of January to be able to provide all that information to you, and we will have that on time for you as scheduled
Okay.
by the end of this month. With the holidays and everything, we're still working on those things, so we will have everything in black and white.
Let me ask Sean, is there a required timeline for that? That doesn't include the 5 days, right? They just have to notify us there's a deficit in 5 days, or is it deficit and cause?
I don't have the statute in front of me, but
Okay.
I would imagine the two would go hand in hand, as I understand it,
Okay.
the 5-day requirement.
I looked back in my email when I was reading my docket yesterday morning, and there was some email exchanges on the 17th of December. Looking for them right now, and it was just, you have the law in there. Anyway,
Mr. President, it's the same, there's no separate time frame with that additional information.
it's the 5 days.
It's all within the 5 days, yeah.
Okay. So, I guess my question is, why is it taking so long? It's been a month.
It hasn't been a month. We were here just before Christmas.
It was two meetings ago. It was a month today
Okay.
when we talked about, when we kind of got a little heated there, or I got a little excited. So it's a month. So we need to make sure that, one of the things, and look, I meant it that night when I said it, take no pleasure in beating anybody up here or taking shots at anybody, but there needs to be accountability about following the law. Why have a law if you're not going to follow it? It's complete, just kind of ignoring the law, and it's somewhat frustrating,
Well, we
And
certainly,
then the school committee, I understand it's not your job, but it's a superintendent's job and that administration to have that information to us and follow that law, and it's just blatantly just like, we'll get it to you, we get it to you. We don't follow the law, but you have to follow the law. And I said it that night,
we're certainly not being blatant about it. That's not something this is intentional. We are definitely working on it and getting you the numbers to make sure it's accurate and that we're not having to go back and redo things. So the commitment is there, and I am on top of it, I promise you. So
Okay.
we will get
So
you.
let me ask you as a school committee person, if somebody in the council broke the law, we have an investigation. Or if we think they break the law, we have an investigation, right? Because there has to be accountability to follow the law. So as a chairperson of the school committee, I would recommend the same. Not necessarily an investigation. Where's the accountability, Teresa? But there is, I'm not going to go back and forth. There's no accountability, and there needs to be, because, you know, it's just, why have a law if you're not going to follow it?
I understand that. We are looking into it. It's not going by the wayside.
Okay,
All right, thank you.
all right, thank you. Okay. And thank you for getting up and addressing it. Other communications, number 8, communication, Charlie Roberts, co-chair on behalf of the Middletown Public Schools Building Committee in reference to requesting the town council to have a joint workshop on January 10th, 2022.
Motion to receive said memorandum.
Second.
Motion is second to receive, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Motion to have a joint workshop with the Middletown Public School Building Committee to be held at the Middletown High School cafeteria on January 10th, 2022, at 5:30 PM.
Second.
We have a motion is second. This is, from my understanding, and I did talk to Charlie, I think last week or the week before, and, you know, they've been working on the educational, what the infrastructure needs are of our schools, the building committee, and the educational needs of our schools for the future. So they have those numbers, from my understanding, and I think that's what they want to present to us, how much it's going to cost. What I would recommend and what I would ask is that, you know, we asked about it before, I would like to see, because I kind of heard what the number is, and I want to say it tonight, but I would like to see what it is from an infrastructure standpoint, and then an educational standpoint broken down. So it is a good opportunity for us to potentially bring our schools up to what the infrastructure needs are, as well as the educational needs, but of course that comes with a price tag. And we got to figure out what we can afford to do and what we can't afford to do. So, Mr. Welch.
Thank you. I'd just like to say that for all of us in the school committee, sitting on that committee, that it is a ton of work, and what's happening now is we have all these resources kind of spinning their wheels, and they're doing that because they need guidance. You can take that list of all the things that they found that were, you know, a problem, whether it was from ride standpoint or just a maintenance standpoint or going forward in the next century standpoint, but you have to narrow that down somehow in order for them to proceed, because, you know, right now we've got a conceptual design, but in order to get to a schematic design and drill down on how much it's actually going to cost, you have to give them some parameters. And right now, my feeling is the council's kind of sitting back and just saying, well, how much is it going to cost? How much is it going to cost? Well, you can't get that number unless they get some guidance, and that's the point of this workshop. Ask all the questions you want,
No, I understand that, but we don't know how much it's going to cost. Of
but
course,
you can't figure that out until they understand, you know, so in other words,
I understand, but we don't have a number from them, so we can't figure it out until we get the number from them.
okay, so it's the chicken and the egg here, but in the end, you need, so you could say, all right, listen, here's all the bells and whistles. It's $100. And you say, oh no, $100, that's way too much. Okay, here's just to fix the leaking bathroom.
Yep.
It's $1. All right, what's in between? But we need to have that back and forth
Yeah,
to narrow it down. That's the point of the workshop.
yeah.
Okay.
Mrs. Von Villas, yes.
Go ahead. Let her go.
Yes, I was just hoping, what we had talked about was that they would identify their proposals in terms of priorities as opposed to just a list for us to choose from. Because I would like to see what the must-do are at the top of the list, and then this, and work its way down to this would be nice, because that kind of guidance is what we need.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Yes.
May I ask Mr. Welch to repeat that
Could you
date?
speak into that microphone, please?
May I ask Mr. Welch to repeat the day and the date and the time again, please?
January 10th, 2022 at 5:30 PM, Middletown High School cafeteria.
It's a week from tonight.
It's on a Monday.
It's a Monday, yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted. Okay. Thank you.
Wendy, that gives you enough time for all the advertising and everything?
Yes, it does give me enough time. You have to realize, though, if...
Can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? No?
No.
It must be my mic. It gives me enough time to post. The issue is it's not gonna be online. You're not gonna have, it's not gonna be televised if we have it there.
If we have it there, it won't, if we have it here, it will be.
Correct.
Okay. Is this building available that evening?
I think it is. We can go chat.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Welch?
So to that point, I think that the idea of the cafeteria was to allow more people to come, and hopefully the public will get involved in the process and understand what's at stake here. So I think that's the idea of the high school, was to give more room. So I don't know what's the better play, to have it here so it's televised so people that can't come can see it, or have it at the high school where more people that would want to come can show up.
I think, given the opportunity, you can watch it online and participate that way, given the COVID, what's going on right now. I think my opinion is, whatever the council votes, they vote, but I'd rather have it online where you can, people don't feel like they have to come in, and they can participate from home.
You just like that seat.
I'll sit on the floor if I have to, it doesn't matter. Mrs. Flynn?
A couple of questions, Wendy. Is the issue,
Can't hear you,
is the issue, Wendy, that there's not enough time to set up the recording equipment, or the location being the cafeteria?
They don't have it for the cafeteria.
We have recorded in the past at Gaudet.
But we hire people to do that.
That wasn't live though, Terry, that was, they came in, they recorded it, and then it was put on a CD or however they send out the copy.
Okay, just wanted to clarify what our stumbling blocks.
Yeah,
So the room here is available.
okay. Mr. Welch?
One more thing, just to Mrs. Von Villas's point. Whereas that sounds like a great idea to be able to prioritize it, it's not quite that easy, because everything is intertwined, and so from an efficiency standpoint, if you're going to replace windows or radiators, and you're going through a portion of the building where you can upgrade, and it just makes sense to do it, those are the points that you need to go back and forth on. The other problem is that, depending upon how you package, what things you take advantage of in what building, you get a better return. So it's not that simple. That's why they need to get a feel for what we all think, so that they can narrow the focus.
Mrs. Flynn?
Yes, because that had been asked before, Councilor Von Villas. I appreciate you reiterating that, because that is a very, I think that's going to be a requirement at some point in the conversation, because no one can do everything on the need list. You got to do the mandatories first, because there's not an endless pool. And that was exactly the discussion or the answer that we got, that they're intertwined, at least right now. My question is, because later in this agenda, we're talking about ARPA money, and I don't know if the committee is considering any parts of the project that would qualify, like ventilation, and if some of that, has been, put on the list that we're going to be actually talking about tonight.
Agreed, and I think that the committee can absolutely prioritize what you're speaking about, just with a little bit of help. I honestly think when we all get in the same room and you're allowed to ask a question, and hopefully no more than 3, that we will be able to move the conversation along, and they'll walk away with a great feel for what we need to do, and it'll work. They just need a little input. And with the school committee there too,
So when we do talk about the ARPA list, if you could talk more about, how any of that might get applied to something that, the school conversation, to help
Okay.
with that expenditure.
All right? Look at the president. It's not an election year, is it?
Everybody's got jokes, It was kind of funny though, Tom. Okay. Oh, you just hate to see people standing up.
So what's decided?
Okay, so what do you guys want to do? You want to have it here, or you want to have it at the school?
Take a vote.
Is it available here?
This is available,
Yes.
Do it here. So it'll be recorded, we're gonna do it here.
okay? You want to do it here?
Yes.
Here? Okay, we're going to do it here.
Okay, town hall,
So the meeting will be
town hall.
a week from today, January 10th, Town Hall, at the same time, 5:30?
5:30 PM.
Okay, excellent.
Are you going to amend this motion that he made?
Sure.
Yeah.
Motion to have a joint workshop with Middletown Public School do I have to renege the other one? Withdraw what I said before and change it to have a joint workshop with Middletown Public School Building Committee to be held at Town Hall on January 10th, 2022 at 5:30 PM.
Second?
We have a motion and a second to have it here, have the motion withdrawn, and to have the meeting here, same date, same time, January 10th, 5:30. We have a second, Mrs. Sanos.
In addition, it will be on Zoom. People can watch it from home if they don't want to come here.
That's why we're having it here.
All right, thank you.
Okay? All in favor? Aye. Okay, excellent. Thank you. Number 9, communication for Allison M. Quay Esquire, representing Terry and Michael Flynn in reference to request to make records public.
Mr. President, I'm recusing.
Motion received,
Sound clerk, please note that Counsel Flynn is recusing.
motion to receive said communication.
Second?
We have a motion and a second to receive said communication. I would just like this town solicitor to, I talked to Peter about this because typically, the reason behind sealing executive session minutes is that they're private. They're not, it's any type of, the criteria for executive session is any type of litigation, any type of negotiations with any type of unions, that type of stuff, any type of personnel discussions, those are all held in executive session. So there's been a request by Mr. and Mrs. Flynn's lawyer to unseal those minutes. And so I'm going to turn it over to the legal expert, because that's about as far as I can take that conversation, so.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, just, and I don't know if Ms. Quay is here tonight, but she doesn't appear to be. As I said back at the December 6th meeting, I first don't believe it's appropriate under the Code of Ethics for any council person to appear before the council through an attorney or otherwise and to request action on their behalf without first getting permission to do so from the Ethics Commission. So that being said, with regard to the records request that was referenced in Ms. Quay's letter, I want to say that the town's response to that request was complete. It was not incomplete as was suggested, and the town followed the law and responded with copies of all of the public records that were requested. The issue here is Ms. Quay also asked for records that are not public. And this was a request under the Access to Public Records Act, and that law, which is a state law, specifically defines what is and what isn't a public record. And one of the things that is not a public record are minutes of a closed meeting or an executive session that are not required to be disclosed under the Open Meetings Law. And as you know, the Open Meetings Law allows the council by a majority vote to seal the minutes of any executive session. And that has been the standard practice of the council, at least during the 7 years that I've been here, and my understanding for many years before that, the council always votes to seal the minutes of every executive session. So the minutes of any executive session where the Flynn property was discussed were not treated any differently than the minutes from any other executive session. They are always sealed. And the bottom line is that those documents were not produced because they're not public records by definition, just like we wouldn't produce personnel records that aren't public, litigation records, negotiations for land purchases, et cetera, that are not public records. So that's why the records were not produced. Now, it is true that the council sealed the minutes, and the council could vote to unseal those minutes, but I would just advise you before considering to do that, that you need to consider what sort of a precedent you would be setting on sealed minutes going forward. And in addition, portions of those minutes may include information that is privileged under other portions of the law. For example, there may be portions of those minutes that include legal advice that would be protected by attorney-client privilege. And so even if you were to vote to unseal those minutes, I would recommend that, for example, any provisions that include the provision of legal advice would be redacted from the minutes. But in any event, the administration responds to public records requests all the time. We follow exactly what the law requires and what the Attorney General requires in terms of what is public and what is not public, and any variance from that would have to be approved by the council. Once again, I would urge you to consider, if you're going to set that precedent, consider what the impact of that might be going forward.
Okay. Does any councilors have any questions?
Nope.
No? Okay. I don't know if there's a flavor to do that or not. I'm certainly have nothing to hide, but I think the precedent that it sets is that any lawyer could come up and say, I want to unseal the minutes about a personnel discussion you had, or, as Peter said, negotiation that you had. And that's not, to me, what executive sessions are for. So I'm not going to support
Nope.
unsealing it. If, does her lawyer have, the Flynn's lawyer have other options? Could they go through the court and request it?
They could, if they think that they're entitled to them, they could either seek assistance through the Attorney General's office or...
I mean, there has to be some case history on this, Peter, somewhere along the line.
I think it's fairly clear that these aren't public records,
Okay.
and they're not required to be produced.
Okay. Yeah, and I just want to reiterate what you said, that when I read it, it said that, the records that they requested were incomplete from the clerk, and that wasn't the case. The clerk provided every record publicly that she could give to the attorney, but not the executive session minutes, and that's why they weren't given, because, we'd have to vote to unseal them, and I just think it's the wrong precedent to set, so.
Motion to unseal all the executive session minutes pertaining to Terry Flynn and Michael Flynn property at 34 and 38 Warren Avenue.
Second?
Okay. A motion, a second to unseal. All in favor? All opposed? Aye. Okay, let's move on. Thank you. Let's go to ordinances number 10, an ordinance to the town of Middletown. If this is the second reading, an ordinance of the amendment to the town code of the town of Middletown, Title 3, Administration, Chapter 34, Taxes, Section 34.02, exemption on residential property.
Motion to adopt said ordinance on its second reading.
Second?
We have a motion and a second to adopt the said ordinance on its second reading.
Mr. President?
Mr. Toronto? Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yep.
So just for everyone, this is us increasing the exemptions for seniors. So for all you seniors out there that are watching or who are here, we have increased the tax exemption. This is one of our ways of having tax reform and keeping Middletown affordable. And we've recognized that we have a elderly population. We want people to age in place. And so the council has made a great decision to increase the exemption amount for our seniors. And the next two will also be for folks that are visually impaired and veterans.
Yep.
So just, as you know, roughly it was about a 10% increase across the board.
What happens here is that when the assessments go up, or however the assessments work, we have to, in order for the exemptions to keep pace with the assessments, we have to make that adjustment.
No, this is actually an increase?
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying that we typically do that as well.
Yes, but I'm just,
Right.
you've already taken that first step when the budget was adopted. This is an increase.
No, I understand that.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so we have a motion to second adopt said ordinance on its
I
second.
want to thank Sean and our tax assessor, too. Sorry about that, but they did a lot of work on this, so thank you. Go ahead, sorry.
That's okay. You're being awful kind tonight, Mr.
Yeah.
Toronto. I like it.
I'm always kind.
Okay, we have a motion to second to adopt said ordinance in second reading. All in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed? Okay. Number 11, an ordinance of the Town of Middletown, second reading. An ordinance amendment to the Town Code of the Town of Middletown, Title III, Administration, Chapter 34, Taxes, Section 34.30, Real Property Exemptions, and this is the tax exemptions for veterans.
Motion to adopt said ordinance on its second reading.
Second?
We have a motion to second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Folks, there are a few chairs up here if you feel comfortable. If you don't, I understand, you know, just figured that if you wanted some chairs. And there's more chairs off to the side as well, okay? Let's go to number 12. To hold it up if you, well, however, whatever works for you.
Is that better? Yeah, that's better.
Is that better, folks in the back?
Put it up.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
Speak loud, Mark, because I've seen you get mad before. Just go ahead.
So there are some categories that we can spend the money on, is public health, negative economic impacted businesses, services for disproportionately impacted, premium pay, infrastructure, which is sewer projects, water projects, paving. There's revenue replacement and administrative costs. On the screens, you have the timeline, which is a revised timeline. And if you go to the middle of the screen, it starts, there's a January 3rd, which is today, which identifies a second public hearing. The deadline for the public to provide ideas to the town is the end of this week, which is January 7th. Forms are outside the town hall, the chambers right now, and the forms will be at the finance office. They can be returned to the finance office, and we'll include them in the packet for the council, which would be on the next meeting, which is January 18th. You will receive the list of all the projects submitted, and you will transmit that list to the planning board. On February 9th, the planning board will meet to review and ensure that these projects are consistent with the comprehensive plan. On February 22nd, the council will receive these projects from the planning board. And right now, this schedule is fluid, so if the council would like to change the date, but right now, on March 7th, the council will have discussions and make decisions of which projects they'd like to proceed with.
Okay.
The deadlines for the obligation of these funds is December 31st, 2024, and we have to spend the money by December 31st, 2026.
So, it's nice we have a timeline, right? So we need to make sure that, as you can see by the timeline, there's some important dates, especially down by the bottom, where December 31st, 2024, you know, that's when the date that the funds have to be obligated. In other words, what are you going to use them for? And then they have to be expended by 2 years later.
Correct.
Those projects have to be completed. So, you know, we're just looking for ideas. The original date, I said earlier, and I was right on the original date, but it's been extended to the 7th of this month, which is Friday, I believe.
Yes.
To get ideas in. So if you're sitting here tonight and you have an idea, you know, if there's a form out in the hallway here, fill it out, send it in, however you need to send it in. You know, we don't always have all the answers or all the right answers. So we're always looking for help because we do it as a community. So it's important that we get your input, okay? So,
Thank you.
having said that, this thing keeps cutting in and out, so,
They're working on it.
okay. Okay, so we're going to open up the public hearing, and is there anybody that filled out a form? Not for this one? So if there's anybody in the audience that would like to, I knew you were going to be first, Jamie. I knew it. Come on, yep, I know it. Come on up, sir. Your name and address. All you have to do is just state your name and address for the record, and look, I know some people don't like to get up and speak, and I understand that. We're just like you. All it is a conversation. That's all it is, okay? So please try and feel comfortable. If you're not comfortable, it's just a conversation. And, you know, we appreciate your ideas. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I've never been accused of speaking too softly, so we've submitted a request to the town, to the council.
We just need your name and address.
Oh, I'm sorry. Jamie Lahane, President, CEO of Newport Mental Health, located here in Middletown, Rhode Island. As you may have known, I've been before you a couple meetings ago. We've been very fortunate to get considerable federal funding through federal grants to expand the behavioral health services to the residents of Middletown and Newport County. But what those dollars don't allow is for capital dollars. We've far outgrown the space that we now occupy. Our staffing has doubled just over the past year and a half. Great timing to meet the tremendous increased need that the pandemic has inflicted on people's emotional health and needs for our services. So what we've requested, we've been renovating, and the council was very generous in our phase 1 renovations on our 65 Valley Road Adult Service Center. We are just starting the permitting and the renovations to include that primary care health center so that our people that get services can get their medical care integrated with their mental health and substance use treatment. We need to renovate and expand the rest of the building at 65 Valley Road, and we don't have capital dollars because these grants never cover that end of things. So what we've requested is simply $250,000, and it's pretty much a shovel-ready project to renovate the other 3 out of 4 quads of that building.
Okay. So Jamie, let me ask you, do you, and thank you for that, do you go before Portsmouth and Newport and request the same amount? Or do you request with different amounts depending upon what their what they're getting?
Kind of similar to our civic appropriation requests, we have asked pretty much proportional to the number of residents that are served by our...
Because it serves the island,
For
right?
example, I think Little Compton, we, a couple weeks ago, went to their town council, requested $50,000. Newport, City of Newport has indicated that they're inclined to give us $300,000 towards the same project.
Okay.
We need kind of, that's how we're getting to the point that we have $250,000 gap left, and we're hoping that the town of Middletown, through these ARPA funds, can close that gap so we can finish the project.
Is it possible we get a list of, I mean, I think it's great, because I think you provide a great service, and I know this number I'm about to recite is probably about 5 years old, but when Chief Passari was our police chief, he came before us one time, I think it was budget time, he was requesting some infrastructure dollars, from capital dollars for some equipment, and one of the things he made us aware of at the time was that out of every 4 calls that the police respond to is a mental health issue call. And I was taken back by that because, you know, I wasn't aware of it. You live it every day, so you know, so.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I would just like to see so we're proportionate to what everyone else is giving out and what you're requesting.
We'd be happy to provide that.
Thank you.
I have one other related request.
Yes.
And that's, the state has asked for additional, for the cities and towns in Rhode Island, to propose additional potential collaborative opportunities for other funds they've not yet allocated. And one of the things that we have asked the other communities to do, and we would respectfully ask you to, is to respond to that request, supporting a much larger number, because as we talked about a couple meetings ago, we need to get a new facility for the other services we have that are currently located in the Quidnick Office Park, not on a bus line. So what we request, and we provided a draft to the town clerk, Ms. Marshall, is a simple request on their form that they're considering appropriating us $5 million to secure, do the planning, and to build a new mental health center for our other services, primarily our children and family services, and our same-day walk-in assessment, where people can come in and get help on the day they need it.
Yeah. Okay, and you're looking for us just to talk to the state about that?
Simply, they've put out a request and asking for new, like you're doing tonight, what are some other ideas that would help the residents and citizens of your town?
Yeah, okay, excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you, and the governor has a lot more money than we do, just by the way.
Sure does, and I
Okay.
think there's another
All right.
billion of
All right.
infrastructure money yet to come.
All right,
Question.
Mrs. Flynn, Jamie.
Jamie, I'm sorry.
Council Flynn has a question for
I
you.
just want to clarify the process for the state and the roles that Middletown has and that you have. Have you already requested that $5 million from the state for a new facility, or does the state have $5 million total and they're asking for ideas to expend that amount? And do we send a letter, you know, like on your behalf,
Sure.
supporting your request? What exactly is going on there?
Certainly. The Rhode Island Foundation, the former governor, had a comprehensive plan for how to use this money that they asked the Rhode Island Foundation to do a plan and recommend how to spend this money. And one of the largest recommendations was for close to $200 million of this money to be spent because the mental health, emotional impacts of the pandemic have been so great. And there has been no money in the state of Rhode Island to help community agencies like ours improve our facilities, do our IT, to be modernized with IT infrastructure. So that recommendation has been made to the legislature. So we're looking for a piece of this. To build a new mental health center is going to cost us probably somewhere between 10 and 15 million. So we are prepared to ask a request from our state legislative delegation for $5 million, and we're asking that, basically, we're asking multiple sources. We'd like to get to 10, 15 million to do a proper state-of-the-art modern mental health facility. We intend to keep the one we have at 65, But our expansion is now so great that we do need more space than we occupy now.
So Middletown should be talking to the state legislators also.
Right. We'd like the governor to put this in his plan, because there are multiple people that are making the decisions. Ultimately, it'll be made by the legislature, but it would be nice if the governor and his recommendations for spending this includes what the Rhode Island Foundation had recommended for new facility money for programs like ours.
Thank you.
Mrs. Sanos,
I-
speak into the mic.
I'm done with you, sir. I have a question for our finance director, unless you have something else to say.
No, but I did have
Go
one
ahead.
question. So Jamie, you mentioned about a new facility and the money you're looking for potentially from the state, if we could, support that. And you said you would still keep 65 Aquinic Valley Road?
Yes, sir.
You don't want it, it's not going to all be under one building?
Ideally, we'd like to be, but we're not seeing the opportunity. One opportunity may be to expand that building there to accomplish that.
Okay.
Not
It
many
just crossed my
sites.
mind when,
Yeah.
because I know you're up in the office park or industrial.
That's the building that is very problematic, because many of our residents may not, kids after school don't have transportation. That's why we're doing services in our schools after school. And a number of our residents are from places like the North End where there is no public transportation.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this, on maybe ideas or requests on how to use some of this money? Dave?
Did you forget me?
Dave, hang on one second.
That's all right.
Come on up.
No, come on up. You go ahead. You,
I forgot Mrs. Sanos had a request of our finance director, but we'll get to her in a second. I apologize, Mrs.
always
Sanos.
does that to me, so don't worry about it.
Perfectly fine.
Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity to address the council. My name is Dave McLaughlin. I live at 3 Apple Avenue in Newport, Rhode Island. Pretty much representing Clean Ocean Access tonight, but just sharing some good ideas about this, so thanks for the opportunity. If anything we learned from the COVID pandemic was human health has just a direct relationship to the health of our environment and the accessibility of the environment for everyone who lives in the town of Middletown. So a couple ideas. I think a walking trail around the eastern section of Big Pond and Green End Pond would be an absolute treasure for the town to getting people outside. It's a peaceful activity. It's something that's probably within reach, and maybe you could at least put monies to a design of that particular type of project or enhancement. Second thing is connecting people with nature and getting people to the shoreline, making some improvements to our public rights of ways. We could use some better pathways, some better stairways. Some of the rights of ways are really rugged, which is fun, but it doesn't make it accessible for everyone else, so investing in our rights of ways. And as the gentleman just mentioned, public transportation, getting people to the shoreline, getting people outside, anything that we can do to make our environment more accessible for the people of Middletown, I think would really go a long way to address what I would say is some of the biggest issues that have come up from the COVID pandemic. So those are my ideas. Thanks for your time.
Dave, thank you. Does anybody have any questions of Dave? Just like to say, I think you guys do a great job keeping Middletown and our shorelines and our beaches clean.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I don't think enough people know what you do.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on any idea for how we would spend this money? Yes, sir. Just your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. I'm Chris O'Gara. I live at 110 Paradise Avenue.
Good evening.
Born and raised in Rhode Island. Been a town member since 2019. I have a front row seat to what goes on Paradise Avenue. I got a mailer here about a notice of public hearing for improvements at Green End Avenue and Paradise.
coming up.
And I think it's a big safety issue. I'm retired military. Thank you for the veterans discount, by the way, on my taxes. And in my retirement job, I'm a defensive driving instructor, part-time. And I see some real problems at Green End Avenue and Paradise on a daily basis. And Mr. Warren sent, I guess there was a survey done about improvements, potential improvements, and talk about this hearing. So I would like to see some money maybe a flashing red light there. I see pedestrians there, people walking their dogs, teenagers on bicycles. I hear the horn honk probably 4 or 5 times a day on Paradise Ave and at the corner of Green End and Paradise. The most dangerous portion is people going westbound on Green End Avenue. They come around the corner at 50 miles an hour and at 25, and you're trying to take a left or go straight across to Berkeley, and it's a problem. And I've been there, been watching it for 3 years now. I'd like to see some improvements there, or potentially improvements down around Flo's Clam Shack. You go through Wickford, you know, I know it's not Wickford. However, I think that whole area could use some funding to make it a little bit more accessible to people, you know, foot traffic. And I think it would help the businesses there.
Okay.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for standing up and sharing your ideas.
Will you stay for item number 14? Because that item is on the council for discussion. Could you stay for that one and see what?
Yeah, it said 6:30. I'm sorry if I'm...
No problem. It's, number 14 is on the docket for Green End, Berkeley, and Paradise Avenue. So that's another item that's on the docket for discussion tonight.
As long as you want me.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know if you watch our meetings, sometimes they go pretty late, so be careful what you wish for, Dave. Okay. Is there anyone else that would like to share their ideas or thoughts on maybe how the money should be spent? Yes, Art? Just your name and address for the record, sir.
Can't speak with this thing, so it's 145 Island Drive. Recently, I'm a member of the planning board, by the way. I think everybody knows that. At our recent meeting, we forwarded a memo to the town council, a 7-0 vote, asking that be some consideration given to creating running water, public water on the east side of our town. And we say that because it mirrors what's consistent with the comprehensive plan and also the recent study on water and traffic in our town. There is not a hydrant anywhere on the east side of our town. So if there's a fire, people have to depend on a truck to come, or trucks, and it may not be sufficient. Secondly, everyone is serviced by wells. There's no guarantee that there is a substantial amount of water to last a lifetime in your home on the east side. And if your wells run dry, you cannot live in your house. So we're getting to the year 2022, and we think it's time to invest in that particular project. I would say that if we cannot get funding for that, and out of this current money that's coming, the President's infrastructure bill has been passed, and there might be funding, which has been lacking for a long time, for projects related to water and sewage. So I ask you take some consideration for that. And I think it's prudent planning that we have done here to try to prevent a problem from getting worse, and we're concerned about the fire safety.
Okay.
And I understand some people are concerned that if you put water on the east side of town, there'll be an intensification of building there, and that's just not supported by our current zoning map.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Is that Teresa?
Yes.
Teresa Spangler, 132 Peckham Lane. Excuse me, I respect where Art Weber's coming from in regards to that, but I live on the east side, and it's extremely expensive. We have larger lots, and as a resident and a taxpayer for a business and my home, I think, people aren't asking for water out there. Yes, would we love to have fire hydrants? Yeah, that's a great concept, but at the other side of that, our properties are larger, and the cost factor would be astronomical for some of us who have long frontage, a larger frontage area. So with all due respect, it's much more than a $4 million project anyway, and all of that expense would go back to the taxpayers who live there. So people talk about how difficult it is to live in this town and to stay in this town. For our young people, we need to be careful about doing that. We've had wells and septics out there, and we do have our challenges, but to bring in city water to a section of town that has very large frontage, you will really run people out of town, and they wouldn't be able to afford to sustain their tax rates, because the water bills, even if you don't hook into the water, you'd be responsible to pay the bill. So that's something that the town really has to take into consideration. Again, the fire hydrant would be a beautiful thing, but on the other side of that, I have 2 sets of frontage between my business and my house, and I wouldn't be able to sustain the bills for, because of my frontage.
Okay,
So, thank you.
thank you so much. Okay, is there anyone else who would like to speak on this item? Public hearing.
Mrs. Santos had a question.
You have a question for Mr. Tenway.
Yes, I do, sir.
Thank you for your patience with me.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Before I present this to someone else, want me to swallow it? Thank you. The deadline of 1/7, what time on Friday? Can that be at the close of the finance department that they could
Yes,
submit?
4 PM, yes.
All right. Before I present this to a different person, because I will not be handling it myself, would this money cover an historical building owned by the town, which is in dire need of having steps replaced before someone gets hurt?
It's very possible. I would suggest that they submit their idea. Yes.
All right, thank you. You answered my question. Thank you.
Okay. So
Well, I do have something.
Yeah, Council Toronto.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mark, can you talk a little bit about what criteria is going to be used to decide whether it qualifies or not?
Well, the planning board is going to make sure that it's in compliance with the comprehensive plan, and it also has to tie into, of course, COVID, the impacts of COVID.
I think that's the big factor. This money is the residents' money. This is tax money. This is going to get paid back by the residents eventually. I think a big piece of this is, has it been affected by COVID? This isn't to build, I was really surprised you said that we could build roads with this, because I don't see how COVID has anything to do with the roads.
It's an approved idea from the federal government.
Okay. Should we wait a little longer? We might get a few more categories? I think as a community in Middletown, we should really focus on what has been affected by COVID, because that's what the original dollars are for. We have road money, over 600,000. I think we even have close to $1 million this year for roads. So I just want to put that out as a conversation. I know we'll be talking more about it, but I just want to say I think COVID is a key indicator of whether we should spend money on this or not.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay.
Mr. President?
Yes, Mrs. Flynn.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just didn't want to jump in front of anyone from the public. It's still open, so you can still speak. But I wanted to make sure we didn't close the hearing and move on, because sometimes that happens. So quick question on the road issue. I have a couple of things. On the road issue, I understand that if it's for stormwater infrastructure or things that fall under the categories, that yes, roads might be considered, but not a blanket. The criteria is pretty specific, actually, right, from the final interim rule? And so one of the things...
The only clarification I would make there is that you could fund roads in the category of lost revenue. So there is a lost revenue category where you could fit roads underneath it. So it's not a direct identification of a project, but it is one that would fit.
Yes, if you used resources to handle the pandemic and you didn't put those resources onto roads, then you could recapture that. So my first question is, since that deadline has been extended, which I think is awesome, because I think the word's getting out more and more, I'm wondering if the online submission form can be reopened. I noticed it was closed since the original deadline was December 17th. Is that possible?
Yes, we can reactivate that, yes.
Okay.
We can also put the revised timeline on the website.
That would be great. And I was also wondering if that list of 100 projects, just so people know what kind of projects have already been submitted, if that could go online as well. And it might be helpful if the criteria that makes them an eligible project could be put next to them. I just think of it so people know, they're not duplicating efforts, and they can kind of see what the criterias are more clearly for whatever idea they might be submitting. I don't know if that's possible.
The list of projects will be included as a docket item, so it will be online.
But not this week.
No, it
Correct, it will
won't.
be for the next meeting.
It won't be online this week.
I think it's a good idea, but I think we just let people submit ideas, let the administration go through the duplication of ideas, and then bring the ideas that aren't duplicates to the council.
Okay. So some recent events that have happened, especially with, the workforce being put out in quarantine because of COVID, and one of the categories is economic impacts, where it says the eligible uses must be in response to the disease itself or the harmful consequences of the economic disruptions. And this is kind of a question for the finance department or the town administrator, since businesses are having trouble getting workers, and could the town utilize, would any kind of our affordable workforce housing projects qualify to have the ARPA monies as part of the funding stack?
I would say it's a possibility, yes.
Okay, so that's something that could be submitted, okay? Also, there's a category called premium pay, and again, this goes back to the fact that we're having a hard time getting workers because of COVID and because of housing prices. And the categories say that workers who have been and continue to be relied on to maintain continuity of operations of essential critical infrastructure sectors, including those who are critical to protecting the health and well-being of their communities. And they list a number of these positions. The examples that are given are nursing home, hospital, and home care staff, farm, food production, grocery store, restaurant workers, janitors, sanitation workers, truck drivers, transit staff, warehouse workers, public health and safety staff, child care workers, educators, school staff, social service and human services staff. Additional premium pay compensation for the heightened risk that they have faced and continue to face. And I think that since we have a hard time keeping workers and our housing is expensive, that premium pay may encourage workers to commute to Middletown to fill those positions. So is that something that could also be on the suggestion list?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Last one, thank you. I appreciate the feedback. I didn't want to clog the submission forms. And this is the other one. It's under the infrastructure end, where the improvement of resilience of infrastructure to severe weather events is listed. We have heard now from a number of different neighborhoods that are having stormwater runoff issues. We know the Atlantic Beach District from Wave Avenue to Crescent has issues and always had. Tuckerman Avenue was just in here on a public forum or on the docket stating their challenges. The Woolsey Avenue neighborhood got decimated by Ida, and yet not enough for FEMA to supply funding to help them out. And we just got an email today from someone at the Colony Drive neighborhood. Is this an opportunity for those neighborhoods to get some of this money to fix these situations properly?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak on how they think, or share their idea of how they think this money should maybe be spent? Okay.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second?
We have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
The next step, the council will receive and transmit the list of projects to the planning board.
Second?
Okay. So we don't need a motion for that. He's just saying what the next step is. It'll go once we receive the submissions, the administration will go through the duplications, forward those to the planning board to make sure they're in harmony with, or in line with the comprehensive community plan, and the staff will also guide the council on whether any of these projects, you know, meet the criteria to be able to spend that money. And then we have, you know, the timeline to follow, and again, you know, by 2024, we have to, that December 31st, so, you know, we have almost 3 years, right? 2 years to make sure that those funds are obligated. In other words, we know what we're going to spend on, and then by December 31st, 2026, we have to make sure that those funds are spent by then. So, again, the submissions are open until this Friday, the 7th. If you don't feel comfortable getting up, saying anything tonight, but you have a great idea, just submit it online if you want, or drop it off here at the town hall, okay? Thank you. Okay, let's move on to number 14, and I think that's probably what everyone's here for, is public hearing advertised. Abutters have been notified to discuss potential changes to the Greenan Avenue, Berkeley Avenue, Paradise Avenue intersection, potential roundabout, flashing light, or four-way intersection, or whatever feedback we get from you, and, you know, maybe I don't know what we do, but we need to obviously do something there, so. Okay.
Motion to open the public hearing?
Second?
We have a motion and a second, open public hearing, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we do have some folks that submitted, and we'll take them first, and then we'll open it up to anybody that didn't submit one. We have Paul Croce, 130 Tuckerman Ave. Paul?
Paul Croce, 130 Tuckerman Avenue. Good evening, Mr. President, members of the council.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
First, I would like to inform you that...
Paul, could you speak a little louder? They can't hear in the back.
Sorry. First, I would like to inform you that I'm speaking as a resident, not as a member of the planning board.
Okay.
I drive through this intersection quite often. As you know, the traffic on Green End Avenue has the right-of-way to pass through it without stopping or slowing down. The traffic on on Paradise and Berkeley must wait until there is an adequate interval in the traffic, the Green End traffic, before they can proceed. I'm not sure how a flashing light would improve this situation. I admit I don't know what the flashing light proposal is, but I don't know how it would improve this situation. A roundabout, on the other hand, would allow traffic to continue in both directions, and it would slow traffic down in both directions, making it safer both for vehicular traffic and pedestrian traffic. So I'm here this evening to give my support and hope that you will support putting a roundabout in that intersection. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Okay. Is there anyone, there's a lot of people. I don't know if anybody wants to get up, who wants to be first, or, yes, ma'am. Just all you have to do, again, it's just a conversation, and we're open to all ideas, and we'll try and do what's best for everybody and what makes the most sense, and just your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Sue Oriema, formerly Sue Hampton, 402 Corey Lane. I grew up on the eastern end of Green End Avenue, so I'm very familiar with this intersection, driving the Green End direction, but now I live on Corey Lane, and I have a very different experience with the same intersection, needing to make a left turn onto Green End, and especially during the summertime when you have people from out of town who aren't familiar with the fact that it's not a four-way stop. So at the risk of being not so popular with my friends and family, because I've queried a bunch of people this week, and they all said, a rotary, that's a terrible idea. I'm here to speak in support of a roundabout, which is very different than a rotary. I agree with the gentleman who spoke prior to me. A flashing light doesn't seem appropriate for this almost rural location. And the difference really comes down to a roundabout versus a four-way stop. I have a lot of experience through civic work with regards to motorist and pedestrian safety, as well as traffic and intersection design. And I did a little bit of research on this before coming today. So First of all, a roundabout is not a rotary. A rotary uses multiple lanes, and a roundabout is a traffic calming measure that basically inserts 4 yield signs rather than stop signs. And it serves to slow the traffic entering the intersection, but at the same time, it increases efficiency. It's shown that at least 20% increased efficiency in terms of moving traffic rather than asking cars to stop. The other thing it does is virtually eliminates T-bone and head-on collisions because you no longer have left-turn traffic interacting with other cars. So there's a study from the Insurance Institute of Highway Safety that roundabouts decreased injury crashes by 40% compared to 4-way stops. So it's a safer engineering solution for this intersection. In addition, another study showed reduced emissions by 29% due to fewer stops and starts. So in summary, I just wanted to say that roundabouts differ from rotaries. They provide traffic calming measures. They reduce serious injury, and they're better for the environment. So to me, this seems like a safer and more energy-efficient approach to the intersection. So I'd like to ask you to support the concept of roundabouts.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, sir. A Celtics fan. You live on the corner, so you get the front row seat.
Well, we've seen it all for 23 years, Paulie, so thank you, council. Thanks for having us. Thanks for doing this finally, addressing this issue. Chris Hatzos, 12 Paradise Ave. I live there with my wife Denise, my son Derek. We've been there for 23 years plus. Love living over there, love living in Middletown. You guys do a great job. Over that intersection, very dangerous. 2 things, speed of the cars, they're coming too fast in all directions. Second thing is pedestrian safety. More and more people are walking than ever before. We see it all the time, jogging, walking, bicycling, carriages. They tend to, I don't want to say dominate the road, but they're very active on that road now, more than ever before. That's the big factor. So the idea of the roundabout, I talked to my wife about it. Initially, we got the notice. She was very hesitant about it. I said, when we thought about it, what do roundabouts do? People previous to me said, they slow cars down. You slow down. You guys have anyone been to Europe? That's all they have is roundabouts. They don't have traffic lights. We went to Plymouth for Christmas. They have a roundabout in the middle of town. Everyone slowed down. It moved traffic. It flowed traffic. My main concern, anyway, excuse me, the roundabout I think is a great idea. We support that wholeheartedly. It's going to slow everybody down, make it safer for everybody. Easier to make decisions, less accidents. The second part of this is, what are we going to do about sidewalks and public safety? How are you going to get across the street with a roundabout? My son tends to cross the street to go to Berkeley, Peckham, things like that. I usually walk with him because it's very dangerous. What you guys have done over there now is like a little Band-Aid on you have the lines there. People go right over those lines, go around you like you weren't even there. I think we have to take the next step for the safety of everybody in this town, and I think that's something that has to be addressed. I appreciate you guys doing that. We support the roundabout. We want to slow the cars down, and we want to make the pedestrians safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Chris.
Yes, sir.
My name's Dan Glenn. I live at 15 Beagle Drive, right up the road from there. I have to endorse what Chris is saying.
Into the microphone.
When
Yeah,
look
could
at-
you speak, could you?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Speak in there.
How's that? Is that better?
Perfect.
All right. I have to endorse what Chris is saying. I go through that intersection every day. When I think about it, there's no other intersection like that in Middletown. There is just acres of pavement, it looks like. It's just way too wide. That contributes to the accidents. It contributes to the safety of people trying to cross it. So the roundabout's going to give us that opportunity just to reduce the size and complexity of that intersection and just make it safe for everyone in that area. I heard the comment about a flashing light earlier. When I think about a flashing light, I think about an industrial park. It's not appropriate for that area. I don't think a four-way stop sign is going to fix it. I just think it'll be another opportunity to give somebody a ticket when the accident happens. They come flying down the hill, and it's just going to force people to slow down, as Chris said. So I think that's the solution that I'd like to see.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Melissa Grinnell. I live at 790 Green End Avenue. I spoke last year about bringing up the four-way stop sign. My son actually plays at Derek's house a lot, and he's 11. And last year, right before I came and put this on the docket, thank you, Wendy Marshall, by the way, my son witnessed that horrible, horrible accident that was there, and he was with 3 of his neighborhood friends who, now there's Trout Drive, they come from Spruce, they come from Compton View. It's just now there's so much more foot traffic. They go over to Derek's house. And so I don't know if a four-way stop sign is, I'm not really sure, but I know that what we have now is not working at all. It's way too wide, and people, I think, take advantage of that. You have a two-way stop sign here, but when you're going east to west or west to east, it's just wide. What you've done now, I think, is put just a little bit of grass over it, and I feel like that's also putting a Band-Aid on it. I feel that maybe if you make the roads not as wide, maybe that would help, but again, I'm glad that we're talking about this today. So, I don't know what the answer is. I don't think it's a flashing light either. It's, to me, also a little more rural. I had originally set a stop sign. I'm not sure, maybe a roundabout, but I'm just glad it's finally being discussed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Melissa.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, come on up. No, sorry.
Good evening. Bill Lucy. I live at 230 Trunk Drive, right behind Chris Pazzo, whose son Derek has the best Halloween music thing going on. If you've never been there before, you gotta go check it out.
Yeah.
So I think it's all good. I think what I was looking at was the study, and one of the questions I have that doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me is it says that there were only 13 accidents in this whole area that started from Tuckerman all the way through Berkeley. There were 13 accidents in 3 years. So I would ask, what metric are we going to use to show our success? If it's 4 accidents a year now, are we looking to do something so there's only 2 accidents or 1 accident? So that's just a question. So the way I looked at it after I read this was, it seemed like a solution that was looking for a problem in a way. So I sort of agree with everyone here that what we want is to improve the area so that we can all enjoy it, because frankly, it's one of the most beautiful areas of the town. And a lot of people have started walking and riding their bikes, and going down Paradise Avenue is just scary. There's just no room, there's no shoulder. So I guess the way I would look at this is more about what can we do to improve the situation for the enjoyment of the residents as well. Not so much as, it's a safety issue, I get it, but from a numbers point of view, that doesn't prove out, at least not by the report that we were provided. So I'd say rather than spending a ton of money and a ton of resources to try to eliminate 2 accidents a year, maybe we ought to be looking at it from the point of view of what is going to make this whole area more enjoyable for all of us, safer, but more enjoyable for all of us. So that's I guess, my only point on it. And that probably means sidewalks, and, getting rid of the culverts and things like that, which I'm sure you guys have talked about. But I think that's almost a better use of the money than trying to build some sort of an elaborate intersection or roundabout. That's just my own opinion.
So, Bill, just to your point, and thank you for sharing your thoughts. Sorry. I was told to back away from the mic. So, we are taking a holistic look at that area, Green End, specifically Paradise. One of the things that certainly was brought to our attention was when COVID first started in 2020, in that spring, you know, I live on the other end of Prospect toward Aquinic, and the amount of people, and, you know, I grew up on Green End towards, we have a farm down on, past the old boys club, Bean's house, and that's where, you know, I grew up, so I'm constantly down there. I've been traveling that intersection for 58 years, and you're not gonna like this, but I love it. But it's outgrown, you know, it's outdated. There is too much pavement. You know, there wasn't as many cars back when I was growing up, and, you know, there weren't the problems that we have there. But having said that, COVID, the amount of people that walk and jog and bicycle, it's incredible. And I'm surprised somebody hasn't been hurt on Paradise Avenue, any of those roads, because they all have deep gutters and there's nowhere to walk. And so we have talked about that. Maybe Sean can speak to it a little bit. And maybe that's an idea somebody submits for that, some of that money to be spent there, to look at that, because that is a heavily traveled pedestrian, bicycle. It's out in the country, people will go to the beach, and so I kind of agree with what you're saying. I don't know what the solution is as far as the roundabout. We're gonna do what the residents want. But I agree, it has to be a holistic, whether it's sidewalks or not, I don't know, but at least, at minimum, fill in the gutters so people can walk, have somewhere to go. You know, that's a lot less expensive to do, but I'm not sure if that's what we do or not, but something has to be done there.
Great. Well, thanks for hearing me out. Appreciate it.
The gentleman in the back, sorry. I didn't get to you earlier, sir.
Kevin Johnson, 143 Trout Drive. I come here as a resident, but I'm also a professional traffic engineer in the state of Rhode Island, and I'm a recognized national professional traffic operations engineer. I've designed and studied intersections like this one all over the country. I've actually designed roundabouts all over the country, from the Rocky Mountains up in Missoula, Montana, down to the deserts of New Mexico. I look at this intersection every single day, wondering what we can do there. My personal belief is a roundabout will fit. I'm not 100% sure. You got a river right next to it. I do know that there is a project happening right now with Berkeley as far as potentially raising that road. Full disclosure, my company is involved in that, Fuss & O'Neill. I am not here representing that company. I'm here representing myself as a citizen. There has been discussions I've heard about.
Could you talk into the mic a little more?
Yeah,
They have a hard time hearing you in the back.
I've heard the discussions about a flashing light, four-way stop sign and whatnot. Those are potential solutions. Really, the right thing to do for the town would be to do a traffic study. You have to really analyze the intersection. You got to get an understanding of the speed volumes, the accidents, the type of improvements that can happen there. But it is my belief that a roundabout will fit. You've got the perfect geometry for it. And not only that, people talked about beautification. It's a gateway. People use roundabouts as gateways, not only just traffic calming, but just imagine that during the summertime. We have a lot of people coming in from out of town, a lot of people coming in from Massachusetts. We all know that. They come down Berkeley, they cut across Green End, which is where a lot of the accidents happen. Imagine having a roundabout there saying, welcome to Satchwitz or Second Beach or Middletown. It's really a beautiful idea. And the other thing too is with the Maidford River project, you can do actual water quality improvements with that roundabout. You're giving green space back. It's a sea of pavement out there, everyone knows that. So, first of all, thank you. Thank you for at least taking this into consideration. I think that it's a great idea. I think it's long overdue. I think there's funding out there. There's ARPA funding. There was some discussion about COVID. You know, is it 100% towards COVID? It's very gray, the ARPA funding, and there's a reason for that. They want communities to decide on what to do with it. I'm involved in ARPA funding in a number of communities throughout New England. It's even available for broadband, imagine that. But in a case like this, you can use it for water quality improvements. You can use it for stormwater. And then, you know, this isn't part of the discussion, but I have a lot of ideas for Paradise. One of them, I'm going to throw it out there, is a pilot study. If you go up to the city of Cambridge on the weekends, you can't drive down Memorial. It's a pedestrian mall. I'm not saying let's turn the whole roadway into a pedestrian mall, but you can do a one-way in the morning to the beaches during the summer and a one-way out. You can use half the roadway for pedestrians and bicyclists. It's a temporary solution until a sidewalk is down there, hopefully a shared use path for bicyclists and pedestrians. But please consider that. I know there's a concern about fire and emergency access. It's not a problem. They do these all over the country. You can look them up. And a solution like that would be, it'd be tremendous for the residents. The ability to walk down Paradise and not have to worry about getting clipped and thrown into the gutter is a positive thing. So that's all I have. If you have any questions for me, I have talked to Warren Hall, the town engineer, about this. Him and I have had discussions in the past. He said he couldn't make it tonight. He's got knee rehab going on. But I'm here to offer my support and my expertise if you need it.
We like free, so yes, we
Yeah.
will. We may
I don't do
tap
too much
into-
work in town.
We may tap into that knowledge you have up there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Donna. I'll get you. Just make sure you speak into the mic. Just your name and address, please.
Donna Chappelle, Tally Ho Court. Like you, Paul, I grew up in the area, right? Live on Tally Ho, grew up on Green End.
Yep.
That intersection is sort of, you know, home, right?
Right.
It's been there. But I do realize there's a need for change. A light is not something I would like to see there, not at all. It's not the place for it. A roundabout, I'm hearing what everybody says. If that's what works, then that's what works, or a four-way stop. Something does need to be done. But I'm concerned with a roundabout about walking. I mean, I walk all the time. So how is that, going to factor into getting across Green End, or, people going to
Right.
the beach, children, carriages, whatever. However walkers and bike riders are going to fit into that is a concern as well.
Yeah, it's a good point.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Donna. Yes, the lady in the green behind the pole. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Maureen Boyan. I live at 717 Green End Ave.
You speak into that mic, please.
717 Green End Ave. From my house, I do a lot of gardening. I can watch the light that shows how fast someone's going up the street. I have seen people try to make it go blink, 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 which means they're going faster. I've watched it. I have stayed out in front of the yard and signaled them to slow down. They tell me with a one-hand salute what I can do. They've screamed out the window what else I could do. They don't care. The light doesn't affect them. In the morning, there are dump trucks going up and down Green End Ave at great speed. There's no way they're doing 25. It'd be nice if they were doing 30, but they're not. The light is just a game. That's all.
Yeah, that light, that is actually collecting data for the police department. Whether you agree with it or not,
I
the
agree.
step that
It's probably
we took to, so that we can see what the average speed is, and whether it works or not, it's not a permanent,
No, the other one going down the Green End
Yep.
Ave doesn't work, because the other day I came off of Turner, made a right onto Green End, and it told me I was doing 88 miles per hour, and I knew I wasn't.
you need to
that.
slow down, ma'am.
Yeah, I did. I have a 21-year-old car. I don't
I'm
think
just
it was.
kidding.
I know.
I know.
But it's insulting.
Yeah.
Now, I have lost my mailbox 10, 15 years out of every winter, because the snowplows hit the crest of Green End Ave right there and go fast. They decapitate our mailbox, and every year we call the town and they give us another mailbox, or they move our mailbox post. Because they have to go fast, because they have to get down. Can't wait to see what they do if things get changed. It does need to be changed. I don't know what the answer is. But neither side, going up or going down, give a darn at their speed, and that's so sad. It's a pretty place. It's a gorgeous place, but to be doing insulting the way they do. It's just not right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, gentleman in the back.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak. That was my wife just now.
I figured that out. You were standing next to each other. Could you just speak into the
Charles
mic,
Aboyan,
please?
717 Green End Ave. The issue with that intersection is this. Where we live, almost directly across the street from the Berkeley Peckham baseball field, is a downhill. And also coming from the other direction, east to west, it's a downhill. And everybody knows that there are no stop signs from Aquidneck Ave till almost Indian Ave, and they just fly straight through there. People that are coming off of Paradise Ave trying to make a left turn onto Green End Ave, that's very dangerous because you have to inch out and inch out and inch out and make sure that no one's coming flying down the street. If you have a rotary there, even trucks, no matter who it is, if they know there's a rotary there, they're going to have to slow down. They can't drive through a rotary straight ahead and continue the same speed. If you have a flashing light there, people don't pay attention to lights, like my wife said with the speed thing over there. People are not going to pay attention. If you have to stop or slow down significantly for a roundabout. Also, if you have a roundabout and the traffic goes slower, almost to a stop, you can put zebra crossings on all four streets there to cross, and that would make it safer than it is right now. Another thing, recently, well, this past summer, I was driving down Paradise Ave towards Second Beach, and I'm doing the speed limit, maybe a little bit over the speed limit, and this guy comes flying up behind me in a white SUV, passes me, you're not supposed to, going down to the beach. There was no other traffic on the road, so I was able to see him turn and go into the parking lot at Second Beach. He was from Connecticut. They have signs on that street. People from Connecticut should be able to read those signs. People don't pay attention to signs. So I saw in that literature that you put out that you're talking about speed tables and those radar signs too. I think speed tables might help on Paradise Ave.
So to answer that question, I can answer that one pretty definitively. We had a meeting with the residents of Paradise Ave for those improvements that we were trying to make down there. Several meetings, and Sean, I might need a little help on times and dates, but speed tables were brought up, and they did not want them, just so you know.
I can see one disadvantage is if you're in a rescue wagon and you're being attended to, you don't want to go flying over a speed table or have to slow down, so that is a
They
drawback.
did not want them.
But again, what I said about those snow plows coming down the street, every time there's a snowstorm, we lose our entire mailbox, and so we end up going to the post office for a week or two until they can replace it. If you have a roundabout there, maybe they won't be doing 40 miles an hour in a snowstorm.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Leanna. I get you next, sir.
Liana Ferrera Fenton, 53 Berkeley Avenue. I'm looking at this as even before you get to the Four Corners, is the speed of the cars and the trucks. I had two 18-wheeler come by my house. I thought the mailbox was going to go along with the cars. It gets to the point that they're just driving too fast. So they might stop, but then as soon as they get onto Paradise, they're up to 40 miles an hour again. So if there's a way that we could get the drivers to slow down on all, Green End, Paradise, and Berkeley, I think that would help a great deal. But because it's dangerous. I mean, we don't walk down there at all because of the traffic. And that's just the trucks. and there's been lots of trucks. And I know that Turner Road is a truck-free street, but the problem is, and now they're coming down to Berkeley, going past the fire station and continuing. They don't even slow down. And so if that's possible, to work on that also, I would appreciate it.
Thank you, Leanna. So it brings up a great point of, are we trying to, are really solving the problem? I think a roundabout would be nice. I think it would be beautiful. Somebody mentioned the beautification of it. It would slow them in that particular intersection, but I don't believe it's going to certainly slow them on the straightaways. So it becomes an enforcement issue. And then it brings it to Bill's point earlier of, look at it holistically and, where do you want to spend your money? So. I have that gentleman right back there next. He's had his hand up for a while. Thank you for your patience.
I'm Andrew Westner, 622 Green End Ave. I'm pro-roundabout. I've traveled around the world. I've seen that work. It works really well for pedestrians. It works well for vehicles. I think prioritizing pedestrian and bicycle traffic is key, and getting those things down to the beach, in a long, comprehensive outlook. I think that's important. And I also believe in the passive roadway structures, such as, the speed humps and speed tables. Not so much for the radar signs, because I don't see them working. And there's like maintenance issues with them and long-term logistics stuff. So I believe the passive stuff would end up working. And thanks for addressing all this.
Yeah, thank you. One of the things I think those speed signs do, they're good to collect data, but they certainly don't take the place of enforcement. And that, to me, that's part of the issue, so.
And really making the access for the pedestrians is important, because the way it is now, the people, when I walk, I'm so far away from the roads these days. It'd be nice to actually be able to walk on a sidewalk or walk down the road with a large shoulder.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Over to the right.
Kim. I got you next.
Good evening. Kim Blass, 111 Compton View.
Kim, you're really going to have to speak into that mic.
I'm sorry. Kim Blass, 111 Compton View. There are 3 locations that the town improved, and they seem to be working. 1, the 2 Mile Corner, stoplights and turning lanes. Valley Road and Green End Avenue, stoplight with turning lanes and 2 lanes on all corners. 3, Green End Avenue and Aquidneck Avenue, stoplights and turning lanes and 2 lanes on all corners. When we first moved into Compton View over 20 years ago, departing from our neighborhood, there were no issues. Today, traffic has increased and it takes longer to depart. When you stop at Berkeley or Paradise, it's very difficult to see cars coming from either direction on Green End Avenue. You have to keep creeping out to make sure no one is coming. I would like to see a simple and inexpensive approach if possible. I would like to see a stoplight with turning lanes. It would be safe, especially during the summertime when traffic increases, coming and going to the beach. I read a report from this Pear Corporation, and I disagree that their improvements were narrowing the roads at this intersection. Whatever the town or the council decides, I'm asking that you oversee the construction to make sure the intersection is completed and the road is properly paved with no imperfections. As everyone knows in the town, I do not want it to turn out to be like Aquidneck Avenue, which needs serious attention. I just want the construction done and the roads drivable. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
much. My name is Anderson Reggio, 22 Wyndham Hill Road. Just wanted to come up and speak advocating in favor of the roundabout. Personally, as somebody who runs around that area quite frequently, I've almost been the victim of 2 crashes myself, nearly getting hit twice by cars while actually standing in the dash line areas on Green End Ave waiting to cross back onto Berkeley. Once actually standing where a car was cutting the left corner going westbound down Green End while I was standing on the southeastern corner. They were making a left turn so tight that they actually came across in front of me while standing there. So personally, I don't actually want to contribute to being the next accident that is the person that makes you guys take action here. I'd like that action to be taken before somebody actually perishes at that intersection. It's incredibly dangerous. I have 2 young kids myself. Don't want to see them get hurt there either. They're walking down to the beach in forthcoming summers quite regularly, and I think a roundabout is the sensible solution. Talk about how wide that road is there. The lanes are plenty wide. I don't know that you need to narrow the lanes. You could use that space and put the circle in the middle and make the roundabout there the sensible, practical solution. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Thank you for this forum and the ability to speak on this. My name's Steve Stasek. I live at 1044 Green End Ave, right up the road from the intersection there. I'm also married to my wife, Alexandra, who's the squeakiest wheel when it comes to making speed complaints on Green End Ave. We've enjoyed several blinking lights and various accoutrements to our front yard to try to mitigate some of the speed issues there. I want to put my shoulder behind the roundabout effort. I think that aesthetically speaking, it fits the New England thing. We really do enjoy the neighborhood there. Putting a stoplight, respectfully, it just doesn't go there. I'll also add my 2 cents on the speed on Paradise Ave. People do race down there. Being a surfer, I know how eager I am to get down there, and I have to pull back from trying to get down to the second beach, and I know that there are a lot of out-of-state plates that do the same thing. My neighbor, Mr. Aboyan, up there, I understand he got passed on that road. I've seen similar driving like that. I do work up in East Providence, and my job takes me up there, and when I get up there, right before I get to my office, I'm greeted with several large yellow signs and this nifty little camera. When it talks about enforcement, those blinking lights, they don't work. Some people do speed up to just go past them, but they don't when there's a ticket involved. There are passive ways that you can address speed that is punitive. It's $35 if you don't protest the ticket, or I'm sorry, it's $50 if you protest if you don't protest the ticket. It's $35 in court costs if you want to go and protest the ticket. Could be a revenue stream, I don't know, but that would be a way that people would recognize that you guys are serious about speed. You throw one of those things on Paradise Ave, maybe a stop sign at the bottom of Prospect Hill, make that a 3-way stop. I think you would see significant improvements on that road as far as speed is concerned. Thank you for
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Lady with the red hat.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Emily Tessier, 85 Compton View Drive. I'd like to say I am pro roundabout. I think that's a really wonderful idea. I'm not an engineer, of course, but I've seen it work in other places, and if the studies back it up, I think that's wonderful. I would also like to reiterate my concern for pedestrian and cyclist traffic. So I am a runner and a cyclist myself, but I'd also like to speak for all the little kids I see running around Paradise and Green End Ave, and other folks pushing strollers and just people in general. We have to walk in the street, and I know the report that I read said there were like grass sideways that people can walk on, but it's, in my opinion, very unsafe and unstable to be doing that. I don't really see that as a appropriate sidewalk. That I can just see someone falling, or it's muddy. So I would also really love to see a solution to make Middletown in that area more walkable and cyclist friendly, so we have a more walkable town to live in. I think that would just make it more enjoyable in general, and I'd really like to see my neighbors be able to step out of their house on Paradise or in that intersection and not worry that they're going to be hit by a car. And I'm wondering maybe if we make it more pedestrian friendly, less people would be driving in general. I know there's a lot of people from out of town, but I would love to see our community be more active. I'm a registered dietitian, so I really value the health of our community. So I think that would be great. So I am definitely pro roundabout. In any way we can make speeding really uncomfortable for drivers, that would be great. So whether that's crosswalks or speed tables, even though that wasn't very popular.
And thank you for your email today.
Thank you. Yeah, my pleasure.
Yeah, okay. Listen, there's a limit. Just kidding. It's okay. Say what you got to say.
Teresa Spanger, 132 Peckham Lane. I also have been a lifelong resident, but not as long as you, Paul.
You're catching up, though, Teresa.
Still longer. You're a little bit longer than me. I've always lived on the east side, and Green End Avenue has definitely changed. When we were growing up, it was mostly farmland. Now there's more houses and so on and so forth. Development is great, but that intersection is very dangerous. My concern is, the kids going to high school in the morning, turning left out of Paradise onto Green End. That blind spot, I don't know who owns that property on the corner, if that's town property where the gutters is, or is it private property?
No, that's across the street.
That growth is really hard to see. So when someone's coming down towards the east, from west to east on Green End to the intersection, there's that curve. And when you're on Paradise, taking a left to go towards the west, you can't see. And that's where people were talking about, you have to creep out, creep out, creep out. And that's where it's a very dangerous situation. So that's something that I wanted to comment on, because that blind spot is really, really bad. The other thing about Paradise in the summer traffic, the gutters and things like that, I don't know how possible it is to put a bike lane in there. I think that would be very helpful on one side or the other. I know the road is fairly narrow in certain areas, but some of those gutters are pretty substantial. But if you put in sidewalks, this is something that people have to understand. If you put a sidewalk in, you're responsible for those sidewalks in the wintertime, to shovel those sidewalks. So if you have a huge front yard, you're going to be responsible for those sidewalks. And I just wanted to add that, because I don't have sidewalks on my street, so I do understand the safety hazards, but that's important for residents to know. But Paradise, someone made a comment about a three-way stop. I think that'd be inconvenient in some ways, but it also would be at Prospect. That would be a very interesting concept to consider, something like that. That would definitely slow people down, because I would not let my daughter and my son ride their bikes, well, my daughter especially, because it's the past few years, on Paradise Avenue to the beach. I would drive her and go pick her up to Surfer's End rather than have her riding her bike on Paradise in the summertime. It's very, very dangerous.
I've seen the way you drive. You should have let her ride a bike.
I learned from you, Paul.
I'm just kidding. But you bring up a good point, because, if you're coming out of Paradise and you want to make a left to go west on Green End up toward the senior center that way, that's always been, because always looking for the most inexpensive right way to do it, right? And always, sometimes the inexpensive way isn't the right way, or doesn't solve the problem. But it certainly has to be considered. And I always thought the same thing. And I know, Sean, we initially in that traffic study, we were supposed to close that up a little bit more, at least I thought we were. Maybe the drawing looked different than what my perception of it was. Because we did talk about closing that intersection up, maybe cutting that, having whoever owns that brush cut it back so you can see, bring the stop signs closer in so that you have better vision to every angle.
Well, the Green End coming this way, people turn left onto Paradise and people go flying around them, heading towards the west, coming up this direction. Coming down Green End, going towards the east side, you've got that curve, and that's where people are turning, and then you've got two cars coming that way, one stopped to take a left, the other one's going around them. So it is a mess. But that blind spot, I think, is a really big problem to accidents. The road is too wide coming this direction. I don't know why we asked
Yeah.
east and west, but you know what I'm saying? So that's a big
Yeah.
thing that I do see. I drive that road almost every day, so,
Right.
like a whole bunch of us.
So I guess some of the questions I would have about the roundabout, and look, I don't know what the answer is, but it seems like a majority of the people prefer that, is the pedestrian traffic and the bicycles, because there's a lot of that there. And how do they fit into, maybe you can help out, I'm not sure if you've done this before, like you say you have, how does that fit into that? Because there's an extremely large amount of pedestrian, joggers, yes, sir, walkers, all kinds of activity, different activities that would have to go into that roundabout now. How would they be able to get in there safely?
It's the classic trying to push everything through at the same time.
I know. And I got to tell you, I know there's bicycles here, but a lot of them don't follow the rules.
I'm one.
Yeah. And so, we all get annoyed when we're driving, especially me, and it's like, okay, I want to make sure this person's safe first and foremost, but then when they come to the stop sign, they don't stop anyway.
Right.
So
that's a really good question about roundabouts and safety with pedestrians and bicyclists and whatnot. And the data shows that it is safe, just as, if not more, than a traditional four-way intersection or signalized intersection. The reason is the vehicles are slower. If anyone ever wants to pull up a picture of a roundabout, look where the pedestrians cross. They don't cross in the front of the first vehicle coming in. They cross behind that first vehicle. In other words, that first vehicle comes up, they don't have the right-of-way. Inside the circle has the right-of-way. So you're allowing the first vehicle to come up to, they call them shark teeth, it's a yield stop with the yield sign. And they come up, they yield, and then behind that is where the pedestrians are allowed to cross. It's proven to be safer. Same thing with bicyclists. They're allowed to use that. Now, bicyclists are a little bit different. There's three types of bicyclists. There's the ones that feel like they can go into the Indy 500 and win it, right? Then there's the ones that feel semi-safe depending on the facilities that are out there. Then there's the ones, like a lot of our kids, that aren't very experienced with biking. So at a roundabout, provided it's designed correctly, it accommodates all three. The last one would be they would dismount and use the crosswalks. The middle one, they could potentially use the crosswalks, or they could use a wider sidewalk, a shared path going around the roundabout, and then getting back down to where the traveling, vehicles are and things like that. The real challenge, though, is Paradise. I mean, it doesn't accommodate bikes. Someone asked if a bike lane will fit. The answer is no. It's too narrow. The only way you can fit multiple users down Paradise is to start on the edge line and go encroach towards the properties. I don't know if you have the right-of-way there, but obviously you're going to be filling in an open swale that's got environmental concerns.
Yeah, and that road is it a historic country road, or what is it called?
It's a historic roadway.
Historic roadway, so I think I'm not sure what the limitations are on Paradise.
Yeah.
I would say, just as a cyclist, there's nowhere really, so even if you design the rotary or the roundabout to be safe, everywhere around there is difficult to bike,
I know.
even if you go fast. So, it's just, the roads are narrow.
3 of the 4 are okay. It's really just Paradise. I mean, Green End's,
Berkeley Avenue's not fun to ride. Going up Green End Avenue's not fun to ride.
well, Berkeley's got some hope. There's plans in the works to
Yes,
improve it.
but it's, as it is, currently configured, the roads are all very narrow.
Yeah. And I share the concerns. My kids are older now, but no way in heck were they going to the beaches on their bikes or to the swing down there at Prospect. Too dangerous.
I know it.
You got to use Morrison Avenue.
Yeah, but that would be my questions and concerns about how does that pedestrian, bicyclist, jogging traffic fit into that?
Yeah, it's part of the crosswalk. They would be, literally part of the crosswalk is where they would cross.
But they
Unless
still
you're
have to
that,
go around to the back of it on every single side.
unless you're that
So
bicyclist.
you're
that
forcing those
feels-
people out.
Unless you're that confident bicyclist that feels like you can just go around the roundabout. A lot of them do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Dave. Thanks for coming up again. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else that would? Yes, ma'am. No, go ahead. Go ahead, ma'am.
Somebody go.
There you go.
Cynthia Simeone, Tally Ho Court. I want to commend the Department of Public Works for taking care of the retention ponds that have been put in. However, on the sidewalks there are 4 or 5 trees, and when the trees have their leaves on them, it's impossible, unless you go out into the intersection of Paradise and Green End, to take a left, or if you're on Berkeley, to try to take a left onto Green End Avenue. So as good a job they do with the retention ponds, I don't know why trees were planted on the sidewalks.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. The guy with the yellow jacket or green jacket.
This gentleman right here, and then I'll get Alan in a minute.
Ooh, careful.
John Pearson, 30 Tally Ho Court. Just a couple items to mention. One is that on Paradise, and I've walked in with my grandchild and so forth in the carriage, and that whole stretch Berkeley Paradise is quite dangerous. I've walked from Tally Ho up to Wyndham's, and then up Wyndham there's a wonderful sidewalk by the houses, but to get from Tally Ho to Wyndham is, taking a risk with your life. Further down on Paradise, Cynthia was just speaking about 7 or 8 years ago. I just want to point this out to you. A tree on the east side of Paradise collapsed on her car and totaled her car and almost killed her. I would suggest to you that all of those trees on the east side of Paradise are in danger of falling into the road because the swale has so undercut the root system on the west side that they're all very dangerous. And as you're looking at everything else, I suggest that you look at that. The other point I want to ask you about, or at least raise, is there's been no discussion about the roundabout, and I'm certainly in favor of that if that's what would slow traffic down on Green End. No discussion with regard to the roundabout about nighttime lighting and what that might do to the intersection and the neighbors. If you're going to have the suggestion that pedestrians cross behind the car that stops at the yield sign on all 4 entrances to the roundabout, I assume there's going to have to be a fair amount of nighttime lighting put in place, and no mention of that, so I would like to know how that might be addressed.
That's a great point you bring up. We haven't even, no one's even thought of that. I certainly didn't, it hasn't crossed my mind, but you're absolutely right. You can't, it has to be lit up because...
It has to be a lot different than it is now.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Alan?
Good evening. My name is Alan Lavada, and I live at 9 Hunt Lane here in Middletown. As a resident and a frequent traveler of that intersection, it is very dangerous. I am wholeheartedly in agreement with a roundabout, even though when I came here this evening, I was thinking of a 4-way stop with traffic tables. I believe that as difficult as they are to get through, the traffic tables do work. The ones on Forest Avenue, on Chase's Lane, and now on Turner's Road. I believe they will slow down traffic. The other thing that, yes, we should close up that intersection more. I don't know as far as the geometry goes for a roundabout, if they need that much land, but it should be smaller. Also, I agree with the other gentleman who had suggested about the traffic cameras. On Paradise Avenue, yeah, the speed is tremendous. The amount of traffic is also tremendous that goes up and down that road, especially during the summer. It might be worthwhile to invest in that, in some of those traffic cams. I know they're not pretty, but again, unfortunately on Paradise Avenue, no one wants a speed table in front of their house. And I could understand that, but something needs to be done as far as public safety goes. Also, I hope you get the current updated costs on all these projects for Paradise Avenue, for that whole intersection. Because we're looking at 2018. And, that's almost 4 years old. And of course, all the costs have increased. And hopefully you continue having more of these discussions on that section of road. So, when you guys go ahead and make your final decisions, you have, a well-educated public on the subject, and as well as you guys are, well-educated on all the facts and the figures that are going to come across to that.
Yeah, the figures as far as they go, whatever ends up being done there, that would have to go out to bid and stuff like that. So all those numbers would be current.
Great, thank you very
Okay,
much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, is there anyone else that would like to? Of course. Pay taxes, you pay taxes, right?
I do, and
There you go.
I'm the other house on that other.
I know you live in the old May house.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
I was just thinking how we could take advantage of, you've got Mayfair River on both sides, and I feel that the guardrails, I don't know if they don't do enough to beautify what goes through there. Somehow, if we could put more landscaping in there, I don't know if that would slow it down, but again,
What we could look at is,
I feel like it almost gives them the right to sort of swing around because the guardrail is there. I feel like if you, I don't know, pushed out, and I think they had started to because you seeded last year, I think, or at the end of the summer, I think when they dug up the road and put the lines on there, and they seeded a little bit, and I mean, that looks a little bit better, and it's over the guardrail. I feel like if that guardrail comes out farther, then it would even be better. It's just, it's so wide, it almost feels like it gives them the right to just sort of swing over this way or that way.
yeah,
Yeah. Thank you very much.
thank you so much. Is there anyone else that would like to? Yes, ma'am.
My legs fell asleep from sitting. Sorry. My name's Pam Haru, 65 Bailey Avenue, but I used to be at 600 Green End, so I get to experience the intersection from both ways. I just want to say the roundabouts, I think they're super charming. They really can beautify an area. They fit in with the surroundings there, the lighting. It's minimal because you have those crosswalks coming in, the reflective crosswalks that come into them. But I've seen them in so many different places. I'm a distance runner, a biker, like many of my friends here, and I love a roundabout because I don't have to brake on my bike. You just go with the flow, because that's what bikes should do. They should be able to go with the traffic. I do have 2 children. I do let them go down to the beach because I think we need to encourage our kids and ourselves to be foot traffic and on our bikes. But I hear a siren from my house, and my heart sinks every time that they're at the beach, wondering if something happened on Paradise. So anything that we can do to keep the beauty and integrity of that neighborhood, but also make it safe and more usable, like our dietitian neighbor said, we got to get out there and get moving and out of our cars. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else? Yes, sir, Chris.
Hi, it's Chris Passos again from 12 Paradise. Everyone was talking about that intersection. And correct, Sean, you guys did some work out there, and we had thought you were going to minimize a lot of that pavement, and they started to do that, and they ended up putting lines down instead of moving the guardrails, like Missy said. The lines don't work. I mean, if you're at the stoplight on Paradise heading across to Berkeley, as many times I've been there taking a left to go up towards the 7-Eleven, and people go around me to go straight across, or I'm waiting to go straight across, and people go right and just blow right by me on the right. So you really, I think, if tightening up that intersection is, it's long overdue, but the roundabout will address all those issues. But to that point, it is a lot of pavement, and the lines don't really work. People don't care about that. They drive right over them and right around you. So that's a big issue. And Sean, and along Paradise, is there any plans or anything to do anything pedestrian-wise right now, or is that just all open for discussion still?
So Paradise is open for discussion. I think with all of us, the the major challenges. Well, the first is having a project in a scope. I think we learned from when we first started talking about traffic calming in Paradise, there are a lot of people in that neighborhood with very strong opinions. So that's one piece. The second piece is funding. It's a long road. We're asking for a lot of work, infrastructure work along the roadway, and you know, there would have to be a significant amount of capital necessary to do this project. So I think that's why we're having the discussion tonight. The council will prioritize it, and then we need to actively seek. And you know, there is a lot of money out, you know, from the state and federal government. So if this is prioritized, that would be my responsibility, is to go out and make my best pitch to our state and federal delegation to try to get the money to do these projects.
Well, this is great. This discussion's been great for us, great for the community and the neighborhood we live in. Two things I've picked up on tonight that I thought were really good ideas. I never even thought about them. One was a three-way stop sign at Prospect halfway down, which would really, I think, help a lot. And the idea of the one-way in, one-way out for my gentleman over there on my left, wow, that's a great idea. Great idea. Thank you.
So, Chris, just real quick on the, not because I live on Prospect, but I attended the meetings about the three-way stop, about the whole traffic improvements on Paradise.
Yeah.
Residents didn't want it.
They don't like the three-way stop, Polly? No?
No. But I'll tell you, most of those accidents that occurred, that's okay. My mother was the only one that called me Paulie, but you can now. And my son actually starting to call me that, which is annoying me, but most of those accidents that happened, they happened around Halloween because they were distracted by the beautiful decorations.
You took my parking lot away across the street, but that's another issue.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you very much. You guys, great job.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on Mrs. Sanos?
Well, 14 for roundabouts and 7 for stop signs, four-way stop signs. But what I've listened to tonight, and a few of you brought it up, and I have problems with it also, my neighbor has problems with it, is speed. Speed, speed. I live on a street that is 15 miles per hour. Do you think they do 15? I have threatened I'm going to throw nails out on the street. Okay? They come up from Aquidneck Avenue after leaving whatever work they do in Newport, take the street, they go to the end of it, go to Green End, then they go Turner's Road. My friend and I compare noises, 11, 15, 11, 20. We get the cars, we get the motorcycles. That's one thing. Speed, we got to do something about the speed. Speed on Berkeley Avenue. We have speed all over this town. What's being done about it? Nothing. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Now, one other thing I'd like to bring up, and Mrs. Spangler brought it up, that if you have sidewalks put in front of your property, you are going to be responsible, if it snows, to clean the sidewalks. And if you don't, you're going to be fined. You got to realize that sidewalks are fine, provided people use them. I have seen people on certain streets, beautiful sidewalks. Do you think they're walking on them? No, they're walking on the street. Why? Why put a sidewalk if people aren't going to use it? The other thing is bicyclists. I see them on Paradise. I see them on my street. I see them all over. I am petrified of them because I do not know what they're going to do, especially the younger folks. The kids with the, what do you call them now, electric bikes? They go speeding down my street. I hope they make the corner because there is a turn on my street. A few years ago, a gentleman coming up from Aquidneck took my street, did not realize that there was a bend on my street. He landed in the gutter in the neighbor's property. Speed is the most important thing in this town right now. We got to realize it. We got to slow down. I don't think it's all our residents, it's out-of-towners. They don't, 15, it's 51. 35, it's 53. What are we going to do about it? Throw nails out? That's a good idea. Speed bumps? That's another thing. What are we going to do about speeding in this town? Folks, come up with some answers. We need help. We got to have the people slow down. Backing out of your driveway, if you back out, you're taking life in your own hands. And if you try and slow down somebody who's speeding, they give you the international sign, okay? That's what goes around in this town.
I travel all over, it goes around in every town. Tom?
Thank you. Mrs. Santos, I would like to see you work as to your math later on about the number of roundabouts versus the number of
Well,
stop
President and
signs.
I agree, 14 to 7.
I have 13, but.
You got 13, oh,
who's
you
gonna
didn't get
split
the
hairs
discount.
over one?
Yeah.
Anyway, first of all, I'm very happy to hear how many people are coming out with, in favor of roundabouts. I spoke with Mrs. Santos about this a while ago, and, you know, I kind of like the idea. Not being used to it around here, I think, is a big part of it. And having, in New Hampshire of all places, there's a great spot where, once you get used to it, the traffic flows very well. And I think that is a great spot. I travel it at least 2 times every single day. I'm on Mitchell, so I head in town. And everybody's observations are correct about trying to cross the intersection. We're using tow and a trailer, so that adds another angle to it. So I'm all for the roundabout. We certainly have the real estate there to do it. I think if we were to get used to it, that people would find it to be quite nice. I also envision flowers in the middle of it, which I think would be nice.
He's volunteering.
I might volunteer for that. So,
There's a lot of volunteering in this town.
that's a good thing. So we talk about speed on Paradise and Berkeley and Green End. The roundabout, I think, would go a long way. I understand Paradise is long, Berkeley's a downhill, so is Paradise, I get it. But you talk about 18-wheels, snowplows, all the rest of it, you know that roundabout's down there. Green End's never had to stop. So the fact that the roundabout is there is going to make you'll know that coming down the hill. So I think that will go a long way, but it's not the total answer. I think I agree with Paul. We put up these blinking signs and everything else. To me, what makes a difference is a cruiser knows out of Peckham's Quarry or Hugendorf Nurseries and we know when the people come to the beach. It's Saturday and Sunday morning. They go by my house too, and then, they gotta go home in the afternoon. So I don't think it's rocket science to stick a cruiser there on that direction. And nothing says slow down better than a car pulled over with flashing lights. So if you consistently do that and move it around, I think it's a message. I mean, right now, why would you slow down? I mean, there's really, to me, it's the cruiser, that's the answer. People brought up the idea of lighting the intersection, and I think that I don't see why a roundabout requires any more lighting that is there now. I agree that, there's obviously going to be a sign at 17 feet high that tells you there's a roundabout coming, and that and some reflective tape on the curbing or whatever it takes would be sufficient. I don't see it as this, big light in the middle. And I know we've talked about this before, the speed camera, I'm all for that. I know it's not legal. I think Peter can probably tell us why. But I just say we plead ignorance and get a fake one from Sportsman's Guide and just stick it up there. Doesn't have to work, but, that's cheap. That's all I got.
Okay. Mrs. Flynn?
Thank you. And just to,
I guess we could put another perspective on it. I don't disagree with my colleague, Councilor Welch, but I do worry about I'd like to confirm if the lighting would be the same, because I think there are neighbors that would be very annoyed if, for safety reasons, a lot more light had to be put on a roundabout. It seems in the short term to do something quickly that would seem easy, and I'm not an engineer, is you could clear that blind spot, stick up 4 stop signs and make the roads narrower, and that could be done so quickly, I think. And start with that, monitor it, and then do a little more research on lighting or roundabout. I also like that idea. In the summer, make it one way in, and in the afternoons and the mornings in, and the afternoons out, and give that second lane to the pedestrians and the bikers. Then there's no cost for sidewalks or filling in trenches and things. So great ideas. I think that, we should be able to make some decisions with some of this at least.
Yeah, thank you.
Maybe short-term, long-term decisions.
Thank you. I do like that idea, but my concern is that when you do something like that, it forces it through other neighborhoods. The traffic, they find a way to get through other neighborhoods, and that's all you'd be doing. I think it's a great idea. I like the concept. We just need to kind of figure it out.
We did it on Turner.
Because they have to get there some way.
We've already done it. We've done it on Turner, we did it on Forest, we did it on Chases. I mean, that's part of it.
They're not one-ways, though.
I understand.
Right.
I understand.
They're not one-ways. That's what I was speaking to.
I'd like to develop that, again, this is just an idea.
I think it's a great idea, but you're forcing them to go somewhere else.
To develop where exactly that would be. We would want to know that before we did something like that.
It'd be Third Beach Road.
What's that?
They'd go down Third Beach Road.
Yeah, so we're not, to solve one problem, it's an unintended consequence for another issue, for another neighborhood. So what are we really solving, Hey, I got my area fixed, you worry about yours. That's not what we're about. We do it as a community and try and look at it holistically like Bill said earlier, so. Mrs. Santos.
You brought up a good point, Mr. President. I've been an advocate of putting sidewalks on Aquidneck Avenue since, oh gosh, can't remember how many years. How many?
1904.
1904? Jeez. Okay. I was sitting down watching television the other night, and it hit me like a ton of bricks. They're going to be working on Aquidneck Avenue. Now, all these cars, new cars have, what do you call them, GPSs? What are they going to do when they're coming in from Portsmouth on East Main Road? They're going to hit Turner's Road, either go up Greenan Avenue to the light, take a left to go into Newport, or they're going to go Morrison Avenue all the way around down to Aquidneck Avenue. What have I done? What have I done? Answer me, sir. You're the president.
I don't have all the answers.
So folks, be prepared when they start work, and please don't condemn me.
Yeah. So that's another thing also, well, the state's going to start work on, what she's saying is on Aquidneck Avenue, going to put sidewalks from Green End and from 7-Eleven to East Main Road. And that road will be redone too, so we're getting there slowly. Okay, Councilor Logan.
Just one thing, I wanted to put an exclamation point on this. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you for coming out and sharing your ideas, sharing your passion and your opinions.
Yes.
That matters, because we're going to make decisions.
Yep.
And I hate making decisions inside of a box. We only know what we know. Your experience allows us to make a better decision and give you something that you actually want, right? Because it's going to matter in the long run. I'm all for the roundabouts. The people I used to work at Care New England, and I hate sharing stories, but I share it anyways. Up by Quaker Lane in those areas, they fought those roundabouts for years. The 3 roundabouts they put in created better traffic flow, better safety, and by God, it cleaned that area up. It looks beautiful now as opposed to what it was. So there's something to be said about that. Is that the solution here? I don't know. We'll get to that conclusion, but thank you for coming and sharing your opinions.
Thank you. Thank you, folks.
I think it's certainly a beginning, and again, so Sean, what just for everyone tonight, what's the next step?
The council needs to decide how to proceed. You had received comments from some of the neighbors. I had brought you a proposal for an engineering study, traffic study. The council didn't act on this and wanted to have this public hearing to get resident feedback before proceeding.
How old is that traffic study?
The proposal,
Yeah,
it's relatively current.
okay. Okay. Well, that, to me, that's probably the next step, to gather all the information, so we have more information to make an informed decision. We could just, we can't make knee-jerk reactions or go, okay, well, the residents want this, but then there's unintended consequences, or we don't have all the data to back up exactly to make that best decision. So I think that's probably the next step. What was the cost? Do you remember the cost of that?
It was roughly $45,000.
For a traffic study and for that, just for that area?
Right, but if we're narrowed down what we're looking at, we might be able to narrow the cost down. I can get an updated proposal and bring
That
that
seems
back
a
to the
lot
council.
just for no? I mean, I'm
For
not-
preliminary, I can ask, I can see how we can minimize the cost to make a decision.
Okay.
So I'll do that.
Okay. Any of the information we had on Green and Avenue and from the safety improvements we looked at there, we hired a firm to do that. We had a firm to do Third Beach Road. We had a firm to do Turner. We had a firm to do Paradise, Chases, Forest. So, I mean, we should have some data, I would think. I don't, so, yes, sir. That's okay.
717 Green End Ave. Someone suggested,
You're just talking to the mic, sir.
someone suggested 4 stop signs there. Has anyone heard of anyone running through a stop sign? You go down Green End Ave at 40 miles an hour, and you're coming off Paradise Ave, expecting someone to stop at that stop sign. You got a serious accident. You can't run through a roundabout.
Oh, yes, you can.
Straight through.
Straight through, you
You're
go
the-
right over
It's
it.
going to get hurt, though,
Yep.
right?
Yeah, these things aren't, they're not accident-proof. No matter what we do, it's not going to be accident-proof.
You're not going to have a T-bone intersection
Understood,
going through a roundabout
understood.
where you could have a serious accident with a 4-way stop sign.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
One more. Me?
Oh, Mr. Welch.
So I just thought of a cost savings that the roundabout would do, which is right up your alley. Because growing up out there, you know what happens when it's time to sand and salt, right? The six-wheeler goes in the middle of the intersection, does a couple of circles, right, because there's so much asphalt. Well, there'll be a savings in sand and salt, and probably not all those big clumpy humps in the middle. So that's one. And the second thing is, I just got to ask, why do we have to spend whatever amount of money on a traffic study? What is it going to tell us that we don't already know?
So there would be preliminary engineering to make certain that it actually fits in that location. That would be a big.
Just ask that guy. You always want somebody to blame. Okay.
Good point.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's definitely the next step. You have to have.
Right,
Nobody likes to spend the money, but you have to have it.
Mr. President?
Yes, ma'am.
I think the Pear Corporation has done a lot of our studies for like a third of the cost. So I don't know what the difference is. We might want to look at services or as the
Yeah,
town
that's what I said. They
scale it down.
A bunch of other projects, so. We'll get the numbers and the numbers and the numbers, and if that's what we're going to do, we'll proceed, yes or no. But we've got to do something, so. Okay?
Okay.
Hey, good discussion. Thank you for coming out and spending time with us this evening and giving us ideas and your input. We appreciate it, okay?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know if it's snowing or not. You guys want to take a break?
Motion recess.
Second.
All in favor?
Can you close the public hearing, please?
You got to close the
Oh,
public.
we have to close the public hearing, Mr. President.
No, we just, motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Sorry.
Even though we're on recess.
Motion to reconvene.
Second?
A motion and a second, reconvene, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, let's move on to number 14, Town Council Business, communication of myself in reference to, 15 rather, sorry. Communication of Council President, myself, reference to Linden Park Affordable Housing.
Motion to receive said communication.
Second?
A motion and a second, receive, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so after the last meeting, we were thinking about the money that we were gonna have to spend, or potentially spend for Frank to come up with a design. And I was kind of getting a feel for what, each counselor would want to go, whether they wanted affordable housing there or not. And so I spoke to each counselor, most counselors I spoke to, not all of them. Maybe I did.
I don't think so.
I'm
Senior
not sure. I'll have to check my phone record, but.
I think it was only 4 of them.
And so, it just didn't make sense to spend money on having Frank come up with a drawing if that's the council didn't want affordable housing there. And so, that's what I got out of it. So I put this back on here, so either we want to spend the money or we don't want to spend the money to go forward with that. Now, I know the ones I've talked to said, no, I don't want it to be, I want it to remain, or I want it a park, I want it pickleball, but the majority of them I spoke to, or the most of them said they didn't want it. So let me put it back, talk to Sean, let me put it back on the docket before we spend that money, so here it is, it's on the docket.
Take a vote.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think I got that call.
Okay.
And I think I expressed this at one of the last meetings,
Yep,
that,
you did.
our council agreed upon priorities, did not include recreation, and we have an inventory of a limited number of parcels that are town-owned that may accommodate affordable housing, whether it be senior or workforce, family, et cetera. And it seems like that affordable housing plan should be defined and ready to execute before we commit one of those options to something that we would be tied to in perpetuity if we use a DEM grant. So I'm not opposed to, you're going to put a few pickleball courts out there like we talked about originally. Remember that great big huge inflated drawing of a huge park was a total surprise, involved a grant to fund it, and would mean that that parcel would need to be outdoor recreation in perpetuity, not even the option of indoor recreation, if I understand it properly. And I think that that's not a good decision because it would limit the portfolio that we might need to lean on down the line. And we don't know what's going to be happening with West Main Coddington. There's other parcels. We're still working on Berkeley Peckham. And again, affordable housing is the critical need right now.
I'm not sure I understood anything you said after that, to be honest with you.
After which?
So do you want to move forward with the drawing for affordable housing or not?
Yes, I think that we should.
Okay.
Excuse me, can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
I guess my question has to do with your putting this on the docket.
Okay.
Are you talking about not developing an affordable housing plan or just not including the Linden property?
Not including the Linden.
That's what I thought.
Yes.
That's just the Linden property, because when that plan came out last time, Terry, the one you're referring to, went from pickleball courts to the field, and then there was potential bathrooms, and the council was kind of all over the place. And so I'm like, well, wait a minute. If we're going to, and part of that docket was affordable housing at the same time, and what it was going to cost for Frank to come up with a drawing for that.
Brand new and
Yeah, so
additional.
I'm like, well, why should we, let's talk to the council to see if that's what they want to go forward with, to spend that money, because to me, it didn't feel like that. So after that, I wasn't clear. I'm like, well, why would we spend the money? Or maybe we will spend the money. It's up to the council. If that's what the majority wants to do, that's fine. But why would we spend it if we're not sure what it's going to be? Do we want it or don't we want it? That was the intent of.
So
putting this on, in Linden, at Linden Park.
Yeah, those details would have helped me be a little more prepared for this meeting.
Okay.
Because I think that was that the $7,500 element? There's a $7,500 and $8,500 and
I believe it was 75.
I think that's right.
And I think it was a recommendation that came from the subcommittee to include all of the properties.
Yes, it was.
And that's what got carried
Yep.
forward to the council.
Yep.
Well, it was, well, I can say that the subcommittee meeting, we had just Peckham and then Oliphant. Those were the two that we were going to come forward with. And then we voted for the third property. We voted those two in, and then we went back and we voted in Linden as an option. So, you know,
And I was for that at the subcommittee meeting.
right.
I brought it up, but the way the discussion was going, and after the meeting, I thought about it, I'm like, well, wait a minute. I don't want to spend $7,500 if we don't have, that's not what the council wants. So that's why I put it on.
Or what the neighbors want.
Right, or what the neighbors want, because the neighbors were here as well.
Is the 7,500 to also update the other drawings as well? I think it's also to look at Oliphant and do that drawing as well as updating
Yes,
Peckham.
no, there was.
All of them?
It's multiple, so.
Yeah.
I've already asked Frank, just in light of.
It's like a $2,000.
Pause on Linden School.
I thought it was each.
No, just one.
Just one. Okay,
I mean, one engagement for all of them.
okay.
Yes.
I thought it was 75 for each.
No.
Okay, so that's why I did that, because I'm like, wait a minute, we're not gonna just go throw money around if, to me, that night, the neighbors weren't really too favorable to that, and, so.
Okay, let's vote.
Okay, so what do you wanna do? We'll just keep going forward with it and
I think so.
see where it ends up, Mr. Welch?
I thought that we voted to go ahead with the grant for the project at Linden Park, and that then, to me, nullified, why would you give money to Frank to develop property when we already decided we wanted to be pickleball? So I agree with pickleball. I don't want to see affordable housing there, so I don't see why we should spend the money.
Okay, this is Flynn.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to you, Tom, on that. The reason that the Linden Park went forward is to keep that option open for the grant, because we're not committed to that grant. We're not committed to accepting it if we are awarded it, and we're not committed, if we're awarded it, to going forward with pickleball there. Just left the option open. Unlike the lights at the multipurpose fields, I think we all agreed that that was not something we wanted to do. So that did not become part of the grant. And if by the time the grant comes and we see that, yes, Linden Park is not going to be part of the portfolio for affordable housing, then we could support the grant for Linden Park. But if we haven't made that decision, or if Linden Park is better used for affordable housing, which is more our priority, then we have the ability to use Linden Park for that purpose.
I understand what you're saying to me, but I still don't agree with spending the money to do something that I don't want to do there. So I'm going to say no either way.
And that's your choice.
Okay.
Okay. What's the, any other conversation?
I'm going to throw my 2 cents in there. I heard the residents who live around Linden Park very loud and clear.
I can't hear you very well, Chris.
I apologize. I said I heard those residents that live around Linden Park pretty loud and clear. I've driven by there a few more times. Open space is a necessity. I realize we have a housing crisis. I also realize there's a lot of developments being proposed right now that could potentially gain some legs. And I would like to keep Linden as open as humanly possible. I think going and having more drawings done, even if it's only $2,000 savings, can be better used someplace else. I personally will not support housing at Linden Park right now, just because I know there's so many other opportunities for housing that are currently in flight, and looking at those other areas that we've already deemed Oliphant and Peckham, right? Did I say that right? Peckham? So I'd say we move forward with that, leave Linden as is, and see where we can go with that grant money to put pickleball courts, recreation, and keep it open space. It's my 2 cents.
May I respond?
I mean, if you're trying to convince them, I'm not sure
No,
it's going to work.
I'm going to add to his knowledge base that he's basing his decision on.
Okay.
So right now, Chris, we have, I think, I heard 150 units were in the works, you know,
Yes, ma'am.
for Middletown. And and that's only going to bring us to, I believe that that will bring us to 300, and I think we need 600 to have the 10%, which is not a maximum.
320.
Which is not a maximum. You know, that, you know, housing is so scarce that it's okay to have 12% or 15%. So we have a long, long ways to go. And, you know, the developments would be a different profile, what the town would offer than what a private, you know, for-profit would offer. So just keep that in mind. We really don't know much about any of these developments or how they will pan out.
No, I completely agree with you. I'm not disagreeing, but we also have a great mixed-use ordinance that could address some of these issues as well. So there's options for us here.
I just like to keep the options open until we really have made that decision.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the council?
Can I just say something?
Council Toronto, yes, sir.
Thank you. When Frank looked at that, because the subcommittee said those three, so Frank was kind of eyeballing it and looking at it, and he did say it was a great area for single-family homes, affordable single-family homes. He thought that was a good area for it because of the residential area that's there already. So by putting other residential units in there, I don't see them being that upset about it. I don't know how you can be, unless they want to keep it as open space, which I understand that as well. But we do have a lot of open space in Middletown currently. You know, you say it's limited, but I think if we looked hard enough, we'd have some more. But we can always go back and revisit this. If we go and we look at Oliphant, and we're looking at Peckham, and we're finding that some of these other programs are falling through, and they're not going to come through. I mean, we're going to look at Coddington as maybe an option to put some over there. Then we can always reverse and get a drawing on it, and for us to all be in agreement of whether we should go forward with that or not. I think $2,000 while they're at it. I mean, if we go back to them, you may say, oh, you need, you know, it's going to be more because I'm not doing the other two at the same time. So I don't know if there's a quantity discount of any sort. But I'm kind of torn, actually, for $2,000 to see the actual, what it would look like over there for affordable housing. I think it would be good information for the committee. But again, doesn't seem like there's much of an appetite from the council for the $2,000.
Yep. So, Mrs. Sanos?
Well, I want to leave Linden Park as is. No houses, no pickleball. Because what's going to come up after pickleball? A skating ring, a roller skating ring? We lost Green End Pond to go skating, so let's put a skating ring in there after the pickleball. I say upgrade the playground for the children and keep it as a neighborhood park. That's my vote.
Okay. So, I think that personally, myself, initially I wanted to look at all areas, but I think it's important you can't lose sight of ignoring what the neighborhood and the neighbors had to say. And I agree with Chris that it was pretty loud and clear that, that they don't want that there. Now, there's other neighbors that don't want it in their backyard as well, so I'm kind of torn between that. But, you know, I look at the west side, and there's not a lot of things, not a lot of parks out there, there's not a lot. So, I mean, I'd like to see whether pickleball ends up being there or not, whether I would like to see a nice playground for that area, for that side, for those neighborhoods over there, Stockton Drive, or whoever wants to go there, it doesn't matter. So I'm leaning toward just looking at based upon, and some of my reasoning has changed because, you know, we have these other developments now that in the pipeline that we didn't have before. So, you know, we have Westview, now we have Messalola's, we have a really good opportunity at potentially Oliphant. We have a really good opportunity at Berkeley Peckham. So I think we could probably add a good 200 and 225 units between all those properties and would get us much closer to, and again, it's the number's a state number, and as long as I've been at this, it's been that number. And we were close to it when we had the trailer parks where it counted, we were close to it when we had Oxbow counted towards it. But there's other avenues we could take too, as well. So I think I'm just going to leave Linden Park the way it is. That's just my opinion.
And the whole premise was to save the $7,500, is that true?
I initially thought it was 75 apiece. I was wrong on that. It was, Dennis is saying 2,000, but you're looking at the 3 properties, so divide that by 3. So, yeah,
And
$2,500.
I have no problem saving the money now if it means that much to everybody. However, I am concerned in committing or taking grant money that would tie us to a specific use. Because one of the needs that I think we have that was in the survey from a few years back is an indoor recreational option. And that the money that I think the grant that Mr. Brown brought to us would mean that the parcel would have to be used for outdoor recreation in perpetuity. So it really, we have other needs, and I just want to leave with that concern me, and I think that we want to be aware of, just like Second Beach, taking that money for the concession building and now being tied with beach pass rates.
Understood. Yeah, okay. You want to take a vote on it, or?
Yes.
I think we need to,
Okay.
don't we?
Let's get it over and done with.
So, motion to be able to spend the money for, as appropriated for affordable housing. That's what it was for, right? Frank?
So you approved a change order that included specific projects.
Okay.
So that's already been approved, so Peter, I guess, in the form of a motion, is just to...
Yeah, I think the motion would be to limit the change order to the
Okay.
open properties and to exclude Linden.
To exclude, yeah.
Okay.
Exclude
But
Linden.
we should take a vote since there was a previous vote. that
Okay, I agree. So I'll
And that-
withdraw my motion if Mrs.
That
Flynn.
would result in a discount? Do we know for sure?
I would need to talk to Frank and get the exact amount that it would change.
But it would change.
It would change,
Yeah.
less work.
Okay.
Less work.
Yeah. Okay, so motion to, Peter, what was the motion?
It would be a motion to limit the change order to, I guess it was Oliphant and Berkeley, and to exclude Linden.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
No, I'm not opposed,
Okay.
I'm in voting.
All right, thank you for that, I appreciate it. It just made sense. Okay, number 16, memorandum of myself to talk about hybrid meetings.
Motion received said memorandum.
Second?
I have a motion, a second to receive, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so Wendy, I'm going to need a little help with this. You and I talked about it the other day for a bit. And the purpose behind this is that they will be starting February 7th.
That's what we were hoping for, but we've been that's what we've been hoping for, but they've been working now to try to get a procedure in place.
Okay.
We met with Sean and Karen today, and Sean has done a slide to review some of the hybrid meeting information from other cities and towns,
Okay,
and what did work and didn't work for COVID.
all right.
Okay, so
What types of things are you talking about? You know, like when you and I talked on the phone about it a few days back.
So, what Sean and I and Karen met about was the other cities and towns and what we can recommend to the town. So, some of them have started hybrid meetings, and all they're doing is the public forum, and they're doing public hearings. Other than that, they don't have anybody speak on any other item. When we had talked to, when we did the COVID, and I had sent information out to Terry, Sean did that today, there's certain things during COVID that did not work. So trying to get someone to sign up prior to the meeting, a half an hour before the meeting, it didn't work because we were trying to set up for the meeting, or I might be in executive session. They might have only emailed me. So we didn't have control over the meeting. There wasn't a good flow. Sean, did you want to review your slide?
If you want to put it up, that would be fine.
So basically, we're looking for guidance for policy and procedure for the hybrid meetings. At the end of the day, the best possible way we can. Again, those things may have to be tweaked as we go along and we experience more things, but I think we probably have enough experience at it so far in the first year. As we all sat through it, sometimes it's difficult, whether it's technology issues or procedural issues, we kind of need to get those right. So Sean, go ahead.
Just very quick as a starting point, so we would use Zoom as a platform, similar to what I think most communities are doing and what we did in the past. While we expect the video and audio latency to be better, there will still be sort of a delay. So when we do switch over to the hybrid portion of the meeting and start to interface with people, the meeting will slow down just because of that delay. As Wendy said, she's been in touch with numerous communities in her role as the clerk, and right now most communities are limiting the discussion or the hybrid participation to the public forum and then to the public hearings that happen during the meeting. We basically identified, we have a form that's required for the public forum. I think we should continue to do that one form. However, as Wendy pointed out, trying to get people to sign up ahead of time for the hearings just wasn't a productive exercise. There was no benefit realized, so we're suggesting that there's no form required for that. As far as the procedure at the meeting itself, trying to establish a cadence to it. The people at the meeting would testify first, and then as the people in the public forum participate, we'd just have to adhere to the time limits. And then I think with the limitations of the technology, we'd ask that the person who's basically dialing in, that they're testifying once, trying to avoid the back and forth discussion. Again, the latency doesn't lend itself, and look for more of that typical testimony that someone would provide in front of an elected body. And then the last piece is just trying to stop the cycling of the multiple appearances of the person, Hey, wait, can I just have one more, I got one more thing to add, I've got one more thing to add. This will add more time to the meetings, which already run late, so that if we have those rules and we stick to them, then I think we'll be able to work through this new sort of component to our meetings. I think we start here, and then if we're able to add additional discussion, items where people discuss or however we would do that, we can adjust. But I think as a starting point, this is, in sitting down with Wendy and Karen, a point where we think we can be successful, when we try to launch on February 7th.
Okay. And any ideas from any councilors as well? Mrs. Flynn?
Two points. I thought the new equipment that was ordered in the fall that we waited so long for and finally received, I thought that was going to address the delays.
You're still going to have a delay.
No matter what?
No matter what. And the delay can be here, or the delay can be on the other end with whoever's on the other end.
Phone.
The sender, basically, so.
Okay. I misunderstood. I thought it was going to be more seamless, but I get it. It's technology.
It will be better.
Okay.
But one of the main things that will happen is, and I think Paul can attest to this, we had to sit around with microphones, we had to sit 10 feet apart because the audio continued to loop around in circles. It was.
You could only have 2 or 3 people in a room, and like when we had the meetings before like that, I'd sit right here, Bob would be upstairs, Wendy would be in another room, Sean would be in another room, Karen, we had to kick her out, you know what I mean? So it was a whole host of things that we had to do, and
so that would be resolved.
And if something went wrong, it was, you guys were part of it, you saw, but I think we've probably come a long way since then.
Agreed. And my only other comment is allowing people to speak twice. And I'm not arguing against it because I think we need to practice with it, and I'm fine with adopting that. I just want to point out to the council that there have been times when people are responding to something someone else said because they have information that's pertinent. And this council has even been misled by people testifying in front of them. And if somebody needs to counter that or let us know some information, I think that's important, and I don't know how to get around that.
That'll be discretionary. I mean, if somebody can add something, one thing I learned years ago, if you cut people off and you don't listen to them, you're going to have a problem if you're going to run for re-election. So, and not just that, it's the wrong thing to do, period.
All right.
If it takes a little longer, reasonableness.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. All right, so the next step with this.
I think we would just work with Peter and the clerk to amend the rules on a temporary basis.
Yeah, we'll come up with a policy with regard to conducting hybrid
Okay.
meetings.
Good.
And bring that to you for your review at the next meeting.
Excellent. Okay, excellent. All right, let's move on to number 17, Memorandum of Recycling Coordinator, and we're in the town administrative part of the docket now. / Operations and Facility Manager in reference to DSM Environmental Services Incorporated.
Motion received said memorandum.
Second?
A motion is second to receive, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We have reached a point where we've gone through our 5-year contract with Republic, and I think 3 extensions to the contract? 3 one-year extensions. So we've exhausted the contract. We do need to go out to bid for a new collections contract. To assist us, we basically are looking to engage DSM Environmental. They are the consultants that helped us set up the program and go out to bid last time where we hired Republic.
They did a good job last time.
They did. They saved considerable money and provide a lot of advice. So the same consultant would return to Middletown. She's familiar not only with the town, but the staff. And the cost to assist us in preparing the RFP, going through the bid process and providing recommendations is $6,500. And we would recommend that you award the contract to them.
Okay, is there any discussion amongst councilors? Mr. Welch?
Could be a dumb question, but we've done this enough times already. Why do we have to hire someone to go out to bid?
I agree with you.
So we've only done it once. I mean, we set up the program so twice, so we've done it twice in over whatever period of time. It takes considerable amount of time, meeting with the vendors, answering questions. We do look for DSM to review our operation to see if there's any changes. So in the last contract, there was a change where we basically went to curbside bulky waste contract, moved away from the transfer station in Newport, and then subsequently set up the bulky waste amnesty day, which seemed to work out well. So I
You
think
work
there's...
with Rhode Island Resource Recovery for us too, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think we're just bringing in someone who has a concentration in this field, who goes out to bid all the time and works with the different vendors, and for the amount of money. And you think it's, no, it's, you know, the other complication is we have a really favorable contract with Republic. I think we're going to be really trying to, I think we're going to be negotiating a contract this time more closely, because whereas last time we had a significant savings between Waste Management and Republic, I think we're going to be looking at a significant cost increase. So having someone who's knowledgeable on what pricing is within the industry right now and what the challenges are, I think is, for $6,500 is invaluable to the town.
Thank you.
Yeah, two grand of it from, 2,500 from Frank can go over there now. That's it. Okay.
And I do believe that.
Mrs. Flynn.
That those points were sort of covered during the budget season. This was not unexpected, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
It is budgeted.
So when we first started the program, 2007, 2008, a lot of unknowns. So the only one that got the bid, I think, was Waste Management.
Right.
So, and I think that was a 5-year contract.
Mm-hmm.
So after that, there was no, we understood and everyone understood what the risks were. There was a lot of risk because we were the first ones, I believe, to do that program. So it was a higher risk. And the second time when we hired this company, several things happened. They work with resource recovery. They know the industry better than anybody. We're not trash experts. There's a lot more to it than you would think. And we got a great contract. Some of that was because there was less risk at this point, too. We had a great contract. We saved a ton of money from the first one.
Yep.
So,
And I think that's another piece is they do actively recruit people to bid, and
Right.
that's another challenge we have being on a Cook Island.
competitiveness of it.
Is getting word out actively with the vendor community.
So I'm going to certainly support this, but for the reasons, Sean, that you stated and that I've seen happen in the past, so. Anyway, let's read the resolution. Resolution of the council in reference to award of contract to DSM Environmental Services.
Dave McLaughlin had filed a form.
Yeah, we're going to get there. Yep. And authorizing the finance director to execute the contract.
Motion pass said resolution.
Second?
Mr. McLaughlin. Wendy, I really made it sound like I was going to get there, but I forgot.
Thanks for the opportunity to address the council on this topic. I first want to say huge thanks to the town of Middletown for putting in the pay-as-you-throw program. I think overall, you've got the highest diversion rates in the state, either first or second place every year. So it's a great accomplishment that you should be proud of. I just want to make a general request for consideration of adding composting, food scrap diversion to the overall schema of how you're moving forward. Certainly recycling is a very important thing that we have to do with materials such as plastics. The amnesty days are wonderful, but everything else goes to the landfill. And whether the landfill fills up by 2034 or 2040, it's going to happen next decade. And some of the options for the next landfill are just horrific. Permitting for a new landfill, I don't know where anyone would want another landfill in the state of Rhode Island. Incineration, the way that Rhode Island Resource Recovery Corporation it was created, they really can't even consider incineration, and I think that's a really good thing because I don't think that it's an environmentally sound practice. 5 out of the other 6 states in New England have privatized waste, and majority of it leaves the states, Ohio, Virginia, South Carolina. So it goes on rail. And interesting, related to COVID funding, one of the biggest issues with moving waste out of New England right now is the lack of rail cars. And so that's a huge backlog in the supply chain that's related to COVID. But just some information, and I appreciate Councilor Logan expressing gratitude to everyone to speak up. I just wanted to share some information. In general, about a third of your waste is actually food scraps. And taking that out of the waste is going to reduce your tipping fees. When food waste goes to the landfill, it creates methane gas, which is a worse greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide. In fairness, there is a methane gas capturing device at the landfill, but there's still a fair amount of methane created. By removing the food scraps from the waste stream, it will reduce the amount that people are paying for the pay-as-you-throw program because they won't have the food scraps in that particular bag. We're really interested in this from a behavior change point of view because today you have the option of do I recycle it or do I throw it out, right? But if tomorrow, if you recycle it or if it's food scraps, you put it here, then what you're left with are truly things that you're throwing out. And then you really ask the question, why am I buying things that I'm throwing out, right? So it's a behavior process that when you start to compost, you really start to become more aware of all the waste in your daily lives, and you really work to reduce it. And one of the great benefits for the environment, never mind the economic benefits, is composting food scraps turns it into finished compost. Finished compost brings out healthy gardens, healthy soils and healthy vegetation. When it grows, it sequesters carbon from the atmosphere. So there's great environmental premises associated with composting. So in summary, I'm a little bit late to this conversation. I support what you're about to vote on, but I'm just asking for consideration to take this into consideration. It is a hot topic in the world of the Environmental Business Council and waste management. Stretchy plastic and food scraps are probably the 2 topics that come up most as sources of material to pull out of the waste stream. So
let me ask you this, Dave. I'm interested because you're right. That's, I know in my yellow bag, that's what's mostly in there is food scraps, right? So would you have to have a different bin for that?
Yeah. So, excellent question, and just to make sure we're all on the same page here, when we talk about composting, we're really talking about a circular economy. And you're asking the question about collections. The second part of it is the processing, turning the food scraps with a carbon source back into compost, finished compost. And then the third piece is selling it and generating income on the back end. But to answer your question, yeah, there would be a third bin. If you move to San Francisco right now, you would get a black bin, a blue bin, or a green bin. But the reality is the size of the bins would influence your costs. So if you wanted the biggest bin for trash, you would pay the most for it. You know, so you already are kind of addressing that with the pay-as-you-throw program. But the long story short is you would have a third bin. We've put in place a project called Healthy Soils, Healthy Seas. You might see around town these small 13-gallon bins where we have a private hauler that, because the residents have signed up, hundreds of residents on the island, so it sits out there, they pick it up 2 times a month.
What color? Green?
Green. It has wheels on it.
Oh, okay.
I knew we shouldn't have got rid of those green bins. I still think.
But, you know, I'm not here at all to tell you that this is a slam dunk and like you can just do it tomorrow. I think hiring a professional consultant is the right thing for the town to consider, but I just want us to make sure that we're thinking about this because, you know, it's a fair amount of what's going into the landfill, and it really could be going back into good environmental needs.
Mrs. Von Villis.
I was going to say, we really just need to teach homeowners how to do it. I compost at home and use it in my garden. So as far as, all we really need to do is educate people, because I'm thinking to myself, I was thinking of the question that you asked was, how do you do it? But I would think of the additional cost that there would be attached to it in the collection. So for me, it would be more important to educate the homeowners.
Well, we're hoping, I think, the tipping fees, the reduction in tipping fee, I don't know if it would or wouldn't. The hope would be that it would be reduced based upon us tipping less, us costing less.
But there'd be
Costing us less because we'd be tipping less.
There'd be 3 bins, so
But
then
it's
you...
getting composted, it's not going into the landfill.
No, I understand that, because that's why I compost at home.
How big is your garden?
Well, it takes my food trash.
Okay,
Coffee
listen, we
grounds,
appreciate it.
stuff like
Sean, certainly something to think about.
Yeah, when they go out and talk for bid, I mean,
Yeah.
could that be a line item in the bid? Can that be a line item in the bid? Do they do that? Do they offer the service?
I don't know, we'll have to find that out.
Mr. President?
I think we would just include it as an option, and then...
Okay, see where it goes.
Yeah, and I mean, Will's here and may have some information about this. I mean, you know, again, there's other options rather than relying on the waste hauler to do it.
Okay, Mrs. Flynn.
My question, Dave, is that something, I know Newport, I know people in Newport that are composting. Is that a service that those residents are paying for privately, or is it through the city of Newport?
Yeah, so through a project that Clean Ocean Access runs called Healthy Soils, Healthy Seas, we've partnered with a Massachusetts-based company called Black Earth Compost, and they're providing the 13-gallon toters that are picked up twice a month, and it costs $99 per year. So about $100 for that service. And to Sean's point, that model could be something that you explore independent of your recycling and your trash pickup. You could bring it all together, but that's currently the program, and so we're promoting it, we're marketing it.
To the residents, so the resident
Residents.
pays that $99, the city is really not involved?
Absolutely, that's completely correct.
And are there programs, like in San Francisco, where the city is involved in that composting, or not really?
Well, in the city, it was passed by the council that it's a law.
Oh, it's part of, so it's...
Yeah, so if in San Francisco and other communities, if the inspection of your waste shows that they're food scraps, they won't pick it up, they'll put a ticket on it. So, and there are examples in Massachusetts where municipalities have partnered with private haulers to subsidize the rate. So that $100 I just mentioned, you could potentially allocate money from your budget
$30 per resident, and it would reduce to $70. So those type of options could be considered. I mean, it's moving the chips around. Someone's got to pay, but it's a matter of what's right for the environment.
Yeah, definitely worth looking into, I think, getting more details. Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we have a motion, a second to pass that resolution. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Number 19, Town Administrator, out-of-school program.
Motion to receive said memorandum.
Second?
Motion is second to receive. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Brown.
Yes. So this evening, and there's representatives from the school department specifically to help answer questions about what I'll be discussing tonight. The school department has put together a program called Beyond the Bell, and Michelle Fonseca, the assistant superintendent, has basically scaled up this program to provide educational services as well as, I would call them social and well-being services for our students. This is a program that started to get spun up in November, and long-term is something that we, not only the school department, but town have been discussing having these additional services available to the community. But what I'm discussing specifically tonight is that there's a component of the program that's spun up in November through May. After school, there's 3 components. One is at the school itself, one is with the COSI program, one is with the Boys Club. But basically, it's providing these after school, out of school opportunities for students, and it has a cost of approximately $302,053. The issue that I've identified is that as of right now, while we have over 400 students signed up for this program, we don't necessarily have it budgeted, included in a budget on the town side or the school side. And what I'm suggesting this evening is that this is somewhat out of cycle, is appropriate the money from the ARPA grant monies that we've received over to the school department to pay for, to fund the program. And what that would do is then, again, from a financial management standpoint, the program would be funded through at least the spring timeframe. And we'd also be able to show the commitment of that funding through that May timeframe and start to catch up the accounting related to items like this. There are requests for additional monies for this program after May. I think that can fall within the normal ARPA process. I know the council has a subcommittee that's looking at out-of-school programs or opportunities. That will also follow within the ARPA process as well as with the budget. However, the reality that we have right now is that this program is here. Families are counting on it, students are counting on it, and I think the proper action for the council to take is to appropriate the funding for it. I would like to ask Michelle to come up and talk a little bit about the details of the program. Again, going through what's been submitted, we're looking at 3 different pieces. One is basically after-school programming that ranges from the small children at the elementary school through the high school. The second piece is the COSI program that is operated at the schools, but basically would continue to provide support for the Beyond the Bell program, as well as some other enrichment opportunities. And the last is basically a program, a partnership with the Boys and Girls Club in Newport, which we already have, but basically ramping that up to address the needs of probably our most vulnerable population at the schools. Just a little bit about the program so that why this is coming forward. So, and this really goes to the work that Michelle's done. We have a curriculum, we have materials, we have space allocated for the program. She's recruited upwards of 60 teachers to support the program after school. We've signed up, again, over 400 kids, and I I think a lot of that success has been because one of the strategies that she's implemented is that at each one of our locations, there's a building-based coordinator. So, this is a bottom-up, sort of from the teachers, identifying, communicating with students and parents. These are opportunities that would help you as we try to get them through these sort of tough months and, start the recovery period from the COVID pandemic itself. So I think that's a major piece. And I think the last piece, and this gets back to monitoring how well the program operates, the school department already has systems in place to monitor attendance and other metrics that we would want to follow to make sure that the program is actually working the way it should, whether it's just as simple as tracking, did Sean show up to his credit recapture class for math at the high school? How many did we, sign up? The different metrics that can be tracked. And again, using the trained teaching staff that we have, really an exceptional staff, we'll be able to capture that data, I think, to make better decisions, not only sort of in a current space to help our students, but also, going forward. So maybe my last thing is the program itself and sitting down, asking a lot of questions. It's consistent with recommendations from Mary Claire Knight, who we hired. The programs that we would be funding here, more or less follow, more so, the recommendations that she has. And with recent discussions with the ILO group, in those meetings, they've identified that school-based programs that are partnerships between the municipality and the school department are the most successful. So again, I recommend that we fund this, not only for the benefit of our students and families, but also to start getting the accounting where it needs to be so that we can continue to investigate and make other investments like this going forward. So with that, Michelle.
So, Michelle, this isn't a new program, right? This is the Beyond the Bell that we're,
Correct, it's not new, it's just expanded.
okay. So in a quick overview for time's sake.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Mr. Brown. He did a really nice job of sort of.
I was going to say, we'd love
capturing-
to hear from you because you did such a great job.
He did a really nice job.
Yeah.
I think we all agree, and we've talked a lot about collaborating on the needs of our students and student achievement. And I think we're at a crucial moment where we just need to direct our services on helping kids socially, emotionally, and academically. The need is great. Our test scores show it. Our day-to-day functioning with students shows it. Our engagement shows it. We have students that are struggling, not just from the COVID-19 piece, the distance learning, the lack of instructional time during all of that, the decreased instructional time, but also from gaps that we had before COVID. So with all of that said, there is a passion among a lot of our educators, as well as our coordinators and our principals, to have something for our students that is consistent and provides those supports and targets instruction. So we all know that when we offer after-school programs, the first group that's there typically is not the one that needs to be. The students that need to be often don't have a ride, or the parents didn't see it in the flyer, didn't sign them up. We are actually recruiting students for this program, which is something a little bit new than we've done in the past. We've always invited, but now we're really making those connections. We do have a family service coordinator this year who has worked really, really hard with our homeless families, English language learner families, really making connections to say, we need you here. We need you to stay. We need you to be with us for an extra hour every Tuesday and Thursday. We need you to be part of this program. And the response has been great. The response has been so great that the capacity to give everyone what they need is a little bit beyond what we are able to do. And that's where we've grown our partnerships. So our partnerships, example, with the Boys and Girls Club this year has been fundamental. So they're providing before care, after care, academic support, social emotional support, second language support, dinner, transportation, things that our homeless families certainly need, just getting place to place. We've worked hand in hand with them with particular goals for particular students in order to get their programming set for them. We have a concentration on the middle school level for some social emotional supports. In addition to all of that, we have our academic supports, and I cannot tell you how exciting it is to share with you that in a time when it's really difficult to get staff anywhere, we've had over 60 teachers step up and say, I want to be here, I want to stay after. It's never been this big on our behalf. I attribute that to our coordinators at each building. So our coordinators work directly with the principal. They identify the students that should be part of the program. They work with the teachers to invite them. And they also worked with the teachers to say, I need you. I need you to stay with us. We need to do this for our kids. And it's grown. It's been incredible how many teachers have really stepped up and said, I want to be part of the program. For instance, at the middle school, we have over, I think, 19 teachers right now who are staying every Tuesday and Thursday from the hour after school, and we have transportation at every building. So Aquidneck and Forest, Gaudet Learning, Gaudet Middle, at the high school, everyone's transported from those programs. Our Boys and Girls Club students are transported to the Boys and Girls Club, and so that's been wonderful for that programming piece. We'd like to continue that partnership. We've worked very closely with them. We've applied for some homeless funding that we've been using for that partnership so far, but we want to continue these efforts. And then I need to just speak quickly to the MCOSI. MCOSI has been working with us. We have some data from way back 2014, I believe they started to work with us. And in that time, I think it's really important to note that they have serviced 1,700 unduplicated students in Middletown for after-school programming. And they want to continue that partnership with us. They provide a lot of our enrichment opportunities. They provide all of our vacation camps, February, April, summer. So if I'm doing an enrichment or an academic program in the mornings, every 8 to 11 in the summer, the MCOSI is providing the rest of the day some enriching activities for a camp. They work hand in hand with us on registration, outreach to families. They provide the support. The staff camps are really difficult to sort of build your staff because a lot of your teachers are on vacation during those camp times, but they step in and really help build that program. And the one other piece that I just want to make sure that we mention as well, because I am truly excited at not just what we have now, but our plans to expand. We have talked about over and over again the importance of not just our K-12, but the group prior to the K-12, that pre-K group. We've talked a lot about what kids do after they leave us, too. So we have been really focusing in on what we can do to our early childhood learners before they come to see us. So this year we had a 5-day sort of workshop, get-to-know-you session. We had over 150 of our incoming kindergartners attend. They came for small sessions. They worked one-on-one and in small groups with the teachers. The parents had a workshop session with the principals and our teachers to get to know what kindergarten was about. It was a great introductory program for our pre-K students, and we want to expand that. We met with all of our pre-K, local pre-Ks. We came up with ideas and different strategies in order to recruit and get those students who might not have had any experience into our schools prior to them coming to kindergarten. So we've really been talking about how to ramp that piece up, and next year having an early childhood coordinator make that even bigger. And then the other piece, which is that college and career piece. How do we help our students, as they go through high school, decide what careers might be something they want to focus on, or if they're going down the college path, how can we help them with their applications or their essays or the process to applying to college? Or how can we help them sort through the careers that are available in Middletown and beyond? And so we've talked a lot about that option as well. I did spend some time in Cumberland visiting their program, and a lot of what we're doing is mirroring that, but of course, there are great ideas. I mean, this is the brochure from Cumberland for the early childhood. As I read through it and look to see some of the things, they're very similar to what we're doing as far as programming. We want to make it even bigger than this. to me, a start, but we can really blow this out of the water, I believe, for that early childhood group. And then I look at the backpack to briefcase, and I can check off a lot of things on this list that we're doing. On the left-hand side, it talks about wellness and expressive arts club. We have 2 schools right now that are holding exactly that for our students. So it's not just about academics, but also about expressing themselves through the arts and having that outlet for their social emotional well-being. So in a nutshell, there's a lot of excitement, and this is really going in the right direction. The 2 hardest things to pull together with this program are staff and finances. We've run this program mostly through grants. Having McKinney-Vento Homeless Grant, having the Van Buren Literacy Grant, having our CRP grant, having ESSER 2 grant, all of those things have helped this. And as we continue and we think about how big this can be, we just need to continue to think about the dollars that go along with that in order to provide our students with this great opportunity. So we're excited because it is where it is, but we're also excited about where it can go. So that's just a little overview, and I'm happy to answer more questions. There's a lot to this, but I'm super excited and thankful for the staff and the students that are part of it so far.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. So, does any councils have any questions?
No, I just want to thank you for that. That's really exciting stuff. I know, as you know, I've been focused on this for a number of years, and I'm just really happy to see what you've gotten to the level that you're at, and that's really exciting news. And, you know, we're working with the ILO group, which I know you're familiar with as well. And so we've always been promoting to work collaboratively with you folks. This department, outreach department that we've established in the town is for the community as a whole. But we recognize the issues with COVID and the students and their grades and the toxic stress that they've had, and that branches into parents as well and things along those lines. So we met with the lieutenant governor. One of the first things he said, and this was prior to him being a governor, is that you got to have a good working relationship with your school. And because you are the professionals that do it, you have the transportation, all the things that you were saying. So we're 100% on board on that, but we want to be involved.
Sure, absolutely. We'd love to have you. I think the collaboration piece is essential.
I agree.
So some of my questions aren't really about the program. I think you fired me up about it a little bit with your enthusiasm and your passion for it. Mine are more financial questions, especially given what's recently transpired. So, Sean, did you say this program is not funded?
It would be funded, as I understand it, 2 ways. So I'm proposing that we fund it through the ARPA process. If we don't fund it, the school department's plan would be to include the cost of this in their ESSER 3 application, so they would be reimbursing themselves for it.
So how long have you had the Beyond the Bell?
So we can go back to 2000 when we've had different versions of Beyond the Bell. So we've had the MOST program, we've had the after-school program. M-Cozy's worked with us since 2014. Beyond the Bell has been something since I've joined administration, so we've had it a little before COVID. I think we talked about it at just a couple town council meetings back then, so we were comparing with the Cumberland program. In essence, it's looked a lot the same, which is that enrichment and all the funding for it has been grant funded.
That was my next question. How was this put in the budget before? That's what I want to know.
It was grant funding, and it was a lot smaller. I think really what, Michelle can correct me, I mean, this is a huge expansion of enrollment within the program. That's what's happening here, and that's what brings us here tonight. And I think even if, using the Boys Club as an example, using grants that they've gotten, they were able to service a certain number of students that go to the Boys Club, but the demand identified, looks like primarily at the middle school level, it's just exploded. And the grant money's not going to keep up with the demand that we're trying to meet. So that's
We are.
All right.
And, you know, the ESSER applications that have come out, ESSER 2, ESSER 3, I mean, this is the priority funding for those grant applications. This is what they want. They want after-school enriching programs. They want partnerships. The approval process for this is pretty clean. And so it's our top priority. But with that being said, we want to continue it through the summer next year. We don't want this to be a one-and-done piece. We want to talk about how we sustain that funding.
So what is so there's $302,053, Sean, you said, right? And that's from what? From September to?
November through May.
November through May. So what is the $1,222,138? What is that request about?
That's for the overall program. So the school department has requested support through the ARPA process to fund the project for a long-term period of time. Just as you articulated tonight, the funding for that program can go out a number of years. So they're looking for funding over a number of years to make this a sustainable part of the programs that we provide to our families within the community. It's consistent with the council just, creating this outreach department. So that's the bigger request. The challenge we have is that, like I said, this is going on now, and that's what I've brought you, is sort of the now piece.
Okay.
The other 900,000 or 800,000, we're going to have to talk about, I think, at the next meeting. I had a meeting today with Michelle and Rosemarie. They've got to complete their ESSER 3 application. They have some work to do this week, as well as I do, but we need to come back to the council and talk a little bit about, how you see this fitting in with the overall town program. Is this something that's going, in the context of all the ESSER 3 efforts, is this something that you would see funded on that side, or is this something that you would see funded going forward from the ARPA side? And, there's other factors that complicate all of this as we look at the upcoming budget, trying to address some of the structural issues that are, exist. I think one of the bigger unknowns right now is the state basically, in their preliminary estimates, indicating that they're going to reduce funding, restricted funding to the town for schools by upwards of $1 million. Now, that's across the entire state, and I don't know how the entire state's really going to stomach that, although we've seen it before. But there is some planning and consideration out there where we're going to have to balance some of what's going on structurally with what are these grant streams that we have, ESSER dollars and ARPA dollars, and this is where Mark, and Rosemarie need to come into play, and Michelle, like, these buckets of money can be spent in different ways. So there may be a way to smooth over structural issues that we need to address so that we're not negatively impacting the taxpayer, but that may need to come from ARPA dollars, which means then we would want to go to the school department and say, you need to fund beyond the bill from ESSER dollars. So there's sort of a balancing act that we're trying to figure out, and that's what we need to do over the upcoming days, so we can come back to you at the second meeting in January to have a long-term discussion about how this works.
Okay.
But we're trying to, it basically is a problem that spans from the taxpayer to the student who's looking for an additional service, and the rest of it's, it's administrative. It's just an administrative problem.
So what you're saying, I just want to make sure I'm clear. So how much money was in grant money did you already get for this program?
So typically when we run.
Based upon what you thought the projections would be?
Right, so typically the McKinney-Vento grant is about $45,000. That helps fund our Beyond the Bell program. In addition to that, MCOSY usually gives us money out of the Van Buren, a literacy grant that will fund enrichment activities through literacy. So those combined funds, somewhere around $65,000 usually, are what we can use for the after-school type Beyond the Bell.
And how many children does that support?
So it doesn't go in the 400. In fact, we would.
No, how many did it support before the
In
6?
maybe 130, 140 at one time. You know, and the difference there was that we were focused on just a few schools. We had it concentrated in the elementary levels. Our middle school did not have a rigid program or very robust program. The high school, we were doing credit recovery only. We weren't doing anything else. So everything has been ramped up by the need. So with that being said, the money that we're requesting is really in addition to what grant monies we've already been using. So the money that we'd be requesting, we've obviously put a request in for your funds to help our students, but at the same time, ESSER 3 is something that we would be placing all of this into as a projection out until summer of 2023. So we could fund through the school year, through the summer.
So what happens when these funds or grants run out?
Well,
I mean, how long does ESSER go on for? We don't know any of that. I mean, how does that? Does anybody know that, or?
No, I don't think anybody knows the definitive answer to that. But I will say that our needs are clear right now. We have a situation with students that is unlike it's ever been before. We know what we need to address with our students right now. And so when we look at the applications for ESSER, and this year we have, ESSER 2 is 900,000 and ESSER 3 is over 2 million. The priority is about student learning and how do you increase student learning. I know that sustainability is certainly something we need to work on and figure out what grants will continue to fund those. But at the same time, we also know that the immediate need is having our students work beyond the school day and have supports for them that are beyond the school day, that are prior to the school day or after the school day. I don't know if that's making sense, but.
You know I'm going to support this 100% because.
I think we're all going to support it.
Okay,
It's just a matter of where
Let me say what I
it
want to
goes.
say, okay? I think what she's talking about here is something that we need to really focus on. Sustainability, I understand that as a concern, but I think immediacy is the problem right here. The language that she used here in the presentation that we received, it just characterizes it completely. Broader disparities in skills and readiness. That's what's happening right now. We have kids that are in the same class, are here. And the teachers are the only ones who really know what's going on. And so what we've got to do is we've got to put the medicine in the hands of the teachers. And frankly, I'm not worried about sustainability. That's down the road. I'm worried about what's happening to our kids right now. And our kids are not doing well because we can't do well with them because they're not even. I'm sorry.
It's okay, I like it. So I guess, go ahead, Council Welch.
So I'm just looking at the big picture here, not the dollars and when and all that, but, so I understand that COVID and trying to get the kids that aren't in class makes it difficult to learn, and thus the spike in the problem that you're having. So maybe does this get alleviated at some point if COVID were to back down? I mean, how did we get here? Is this, is this always going to need to be funded? Are you always going to have to put this much effort in, or are we just so far behind because of this amount of time because of COVID, or is there something else?
I think it's a perfect storm of things. I mean, I'm not here to say that pre-COVID we didn't have issues, because we did. We had kids that were suffering with their skills. We had scores that we needed to address, but COVID has set us back even further. And there, the Rhode Island Task Force that looked at how do we close that gap so that we get to a place that is not where we are right now. They talked about, and it's sort of in your packet, 5 things to do as schools so that you could focus on closing that gap so you don't have as many kids in this situation as you do right now. And of those 5 things, number 2 is to ensure all students have access to high-quality support during and outside of the school day through learning experiences and partnerships. So we're focused on that, but we're also focused on the other pieces. Universal screening, checking how the kids are doing, making sure we're assessing them as they go along. Are they making the progress? Making sure they have the technology that they need, because we all know that that plays a big part in where we are right now. Making sure that transitions, pre-K to K, 3 to 4, 8 to 9, they're all secure and supported, and we make sure that kids are ready for where they're going. Talking about engagement, parent engagement, student engagement, teacher engagement, support of everyone to have them ready to learn. And we're in a place right now where all of these things need to come together, and we need to work really hard so that we're not in this position. And I would say that in 2 years, when we look at the end of this program, the funding for this program, I hope to stand here and say we're in a much better place. That's what the goal is, for sure. But are we going to have kids who are below grade level? Are we going to have kids that are struggling? I mean, that's something I think we're always going to have and work on. But I just hope that we're able to have a smaller population of that need than what we have right now. We have a large number of students who need supports. It's overwhelming. It's overwhelming for the teachers, the parents. I mean, some of these kids haven't had a normal year in 2 years. So it's a lot. So I guess my answer in a nutshell is that we do hope that we take this to a better place. And we know that it can't be done with just one thing. Not just after school is going to fix everything, right? It has to be sort of a combination of a sustained effort on behalf of everyone that works with our students.
Paula, could I say something too? The other important thing that's a piece of this, and I know it's not an academic piece of it, but it's extremely important that we're able to provide transportation for every student. Because one of the problems with getting kids to stay after school is the parents may not be able to get them home, they can't, whatever. So the kids who really need it the most are not attending these programs because they can't get home from school.
Absolutely. The transportation was key. Our buses are full. We have 2 buses that go to Gaudet, and 1 at the high school and 1 at each elementary. If we need to, we'll add more busing. I mean, the transportation, some parents do pick up their kids. They're getting out of work, they swing by. But we want to say to parents, you don't need to worry about that. We can provide transportation. The big need for transportation is also in the summer. So summer months, saying that we have a program from 8 to 11 doesn't help our parents who are working. It doesn't help parents of kids who go to a camp at the Y.
Or parents who don't have cars.
Or parents who don't have cars. So we provide that transportation and that support. I mean, all of these things are key. And I do want to mention one more piece, which is in our homeless grant, we wrote for a family service coordinator. And you'll see the request for year 2 and 3 as well in this proposal. So we have a family service coordinator who is working with all of our families in need and setting up, whether it's transportation or whether it's care through the Boys and Girls Club, or whether it's programming through our Beyond the Bell program. We're really hooking up that need because those parents don't often come forward. We need to come to them. So we're doing a lot of home visits and really getting our kids involved. So it's 400 and growing. We have some new programming taking off this month. So I think the next time we get together, we could say we'd be close to 500. We have a little room left to squeeze them in. We had 3 more teachers apply today, so.
Mrs. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hi, Michelle.
Hi.
I guess my first question is for you, Mr. Brown. You said that the request is to go through the ARPA process. Is that the ARPA process, that the timeline that we talked about earlier tonight? The ideas are due by the 7th, and they're going to go to the planning board, and they're going to come to us, and
So what I was referring to is the $1.2 million request, which is one of the packets that you have. That encompasses the entire request from the school department.
And that's separate from the 302,000?
The 302,000 I've pulled out because this is actually happening. And I think that's what differentiates, this request is differentiated by the fact that we're actually doing it. and we need a funding source for it.
So it would be $800,000 and $900,000 discussion down the road.
Okay, so the 1.2 minus the
Right.
302, okay. And obviously, you said that this is right now you're targeting children, so this isn't open to everybody.
I wouldn't say that. We are targeting students, but some of the program is open to everybody. So depending on what's being offered. There are certain things that we're targeting. So for instance, at the middle school, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, every cluster has a group of teachers that is staying. They invite students to stay. But a student could also choose to stay. We also have like an intramural program that's done with the PE teachers, and that is, they can sign up to stay for that. Anybody can stay. We have over 40 students staying for that, just as a social emotional kind of support. So we definitely have a majority that we've invited and targeted, but we do have openings for students who might just choose to come. As we increase our enrichment offerings, which will be happening after this month, we will start to also see students choosing to come, and again, at no cost.
Okay, so I just have two comments, and again, I think the discussion, nobody argues that there is great need in our community-wide, whether you're talking students, or you're talking families, or you're talking, the first responders, everybody, the need is everywhere. But I guess I have three comments. I've always been, I noticed when you talked about transitions, what you left off was the 12 to adulthood transition, which is really, that's what you work your whole way up towards. And it has always saddened me to know that our guidance counselor level is so short-staffed, because that's where kids are needing it more than ever. So that's my first comment. The second comment is that I guess I'm concerned, and I think that there's many in the community that are concerned that this comes on the same night where we talked about the deficit of the school department. And I think that is, if there's a way to get the services done and not go through what is already kind of a mess in the financial office, and that's, as a layperson, this is what people are talking about. I think it's concerning that you have this deficit. We still don't know why. We're waiting on this. The timing is just bad. I get it. So, if there's a way to accomplish this and not muddy the waters, because you're adding more into a bucket that is already muddy.
I think I might have the perfect solution for you. Whether you agree with it or you don't agree with it, that's up to you, but I was going to talk about it here shortly. The financial piece is the biggest piece for me, I think, and I know that you're an educator. I think if it's coming from the ground up instead of from the top down, that's the right way to do it.
That's the way.
That's the way to do it, because, I get answers from the people in my field. People up top, sometimes they're out of touch, and I'm not saying the administration's out of touch. That's where the answers come from. I've always felt that. They come from the ground up. Having said that, I think that, some of the issues too, there's other underlying issues too, Michelle. Let's face it. Let's look at the absentee rate of the teachers, because it's higher than it's ever been. And we have great teachers, believe me. But, I heard just the other day from a resident on another issue, and we started talking about the schools, and he brought up his child's, 3-4 days, 3-4 hours classes a day sometimes in the cafeteria doing nothing. So it's not just COVID why these kids are falling behind. It's other issues that are attributing to this as well. And that's a big issue, because I'm seeing it with my own child too. What'd you do today? Sat in the cafeteria for 3 or 4 hours. For what? No teachers. What? No substitutes. So there's more than just COVID. So I'm going to support this, but I'm not going to give the school department more money. The money for me should go through the town's department and funnel it that way. That way, there's one, there's accountability, and two, we can measure, use to see how this is working or not. I'm all for the whole program, and I think it kind of forces the school to work with and get together with our department and go that route, because they don't want to seem to work together for some reason. It's like a struggle, who's going to get the money? And what duplications, and there are duplications, I get it. And the transportation for me is the biggest issue. You know, you guys have the transportation. So I think it'd be great if you could work with Dennis and whatever he's trying to accomplish, and who knows where it goes. We've had great conversations about maybe his program turns into technical stuff. I don't know. We got a bunch of volunteers that want to volunteer. I had a guy tell me he'll volunteer to teach law at the school, volunteer. That way also, we can get volunteers through this program, through the school, with the union. We can't do that. So I think there's opportunities on both sides here to work together. But as far as the money goes, until it's resolved, I wouldn't give you another penny, and that's not a shot at you. Let's get where you're at, let's figure it out. In the meantime, let's funnel it through the town department.
I don't understand how I would do that.
Well, you're going to funnel it through the school, why couldn't you funnel it through our department?
I'm going to make an appropriation to the school department. They're going to expend money. So most of the money is payroll. I don't do the school's payroll. That's all collected by the school's business office. I mean, at the end of the day,
Hang on, one conversation, please.
we're a grantor, they're a grantee. They would have responsibilities to, they will use the transportation. They have a contract with the bus company. I don't have a contract with the bus company.
So just give them the money. Let them tell you what you need and give them the money.
Have the bus company.
Can it not be done, or does it not want to be done?
I don't appreciate saying I don't want to do something, because that's just not fair.
I'm just asking a question.
No, it's not true.
Okay, I asked the question, you can say
But
yes or no.
the
Whether you
answer's
get
no.
offended by it or not, I'm sorry.
No,
I'm asking the question because of the
I
issue.
understand it, But you make this accusation that I don't want to do work, and that's not.
That's not the case at all. That's the way you
It's also
perceive
directing
it.
people how to do accounting, which is really, from an internal control standpoint, improper override of proper accounting procedures.
Okay, so let me ask you this then, Sean. If I offended you, I'm sorry, that wasn't the intention, okay? When I talked to you about it on the phone the other day, when I said I talked to some counselors, and they were all for it, they want it funneled through they want to control it.
There's a way to do.
And I asked you if that could be done, and that's all I'm asking.
Yes, but.
And you said, let me talk to Mark.
There's a way to funnel it and account for it on the town side where it's closely controlled. Yes,
That's all I was asking.
that's fine. I
don't know why you got no,
Because what I was hearing is, I'm not going to give you the money. Like, somehow I was going to do.
No.
That's what I heard.
No.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry if I came across the wrong way. I was just trying to get to, why can't it be funneled through there? And you said, well, I can't, I don't do their payroll.
I understand. So I think
Okay.
we're on the same page.
All right. Excellent.
And I agree, we can appropriate it from the umbrella of I can't remember the name of the department, but the outreach department to the school department. And I had talked to Peter today, based on our conversation of how we can do some sort of memorandum of understanding, make sure
Yeah.
the controls are in place.
I think it's almost, it's almost just like a grant. I mean, we're a granting agency that would be providing
Perfect.
this funding
Yep.
with reporting and accountability requirements.
Nope, and that was our discussion
think
with
that would
Michelle
follow
and
that.
Rosemary
I mean, that's something
today.
we're very used to, that, as far as grant, grant reporting. That's how I have to deal with anything that I run for Beyond the Bell.
Okay.
And we want to, and that will help us work closer together in regards to, again, other services that you may not be able to get to. And we can help connect you to other services in the community. And it really is going to be a teamwork effort. I mean, we all have the same end goal, and that is for our kids to come out ready to fly when they come out of school, and they're not frustrated. And, I think one of my biggest is to work with the 12 and 11th and 12th, because they're right on the doorstep, ready to go. We can catch up some of the 6th and 7th graders, but it's a community effort, and that's what I heard from the lieutenant governor, now the governor. He said he found a way for the schools and the municipality to work together. And I think that's been one of the biggest issues we've had in this town, is us working with the schools. That's just my personal opinion. And I think this is a way for us to form a group. We have a subcommittee on this new department, Middletown Outreach Department, so everyone commit that to memory. But I think it's a great opportunity. I'm very, very excited, and I think we're going to make some headway in the state because we're doing this. We have a resolution that we passed that we're going to forward to the school committee. I think we're working with ILO to see what they're doing. We've been selected as one of the schools that they want to focus on, help us put a business plan together for our municipal outreach program. We're working with Sean. Terry's on the committee, Chris is on the committee, so we're excited. We're just ready to go.
Would somebody from the school department be part of the committee as well?
I think you'd definitely be involved to come to the meetings and things. We still have to work with ILO to see what their recommendations is there, but I mean, you might as well just come to all our meetings if you can.
I'm happy to. I don't know how else to.
We come to your meetings too, so we're excited, and we don't want to overlap. You do have the school, you have the teachers, you have the tools. We just want to help fund them. And very important too is to understand where we're getting started and where we want to end up. I want to see, people ask me, Dennis, where are the results? You're going to do this? We'd love to see where you're at, where the children are at, and at the end of this program this year, where do you feel these kids will be?
Well, I think collaborating on a strategic plan and overall mission and goals is really what needs to happen in order for that collaboration to be successful. So
Yeah.
I'm all for that.
And then we can look at a 2-year plan, a 3-year plan, a 4-year plan, however, and how we can fund it, and we can help you, with grants or whatever we got to do. Because I think we all have the same goal, and that's to give our kids an education that they deserve.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there anybody else have any other questions or comments, or? No? Lee, sure.
What I've been thinking about with all this new affordable housing that's coming in, that means more children, more families, more police, more, police and fire. We have to begin to look at what we're doing, and I know we need the 10%, but there's consequences to that also. And I'm worried on the outgoing part of this, that you're going to say, well, there's no more money. And we're in that same situation again, where we have more students, and they're not coming in, we might have a middle school student who doesn't speak the language, who doesn't know how to read or write. So, we've got to learn how to work step by step and fund what we need. I mean, I'm working at the state level, trying to get no child, to get through the education as a right. We passed it in the Senate, and now it's in the House. Okay, so we have to work there. They don't want to fund it because that means they have to give us more money. So we have a plan, we're working through that. So we're trying at all different levels to increase our budget, because 0 or 1 or 2% is not going to do it long term. We need consistency. We need to say, okay, we're going to get 4% or whatever. And, I pay taxes too. And we have this problem. It's like, what are our needs and what can you do? Do we want to share? I came from Massachusetts and I couldn't believe that there's 3 towns and no one is sharing. And it's been 42 years and I'm still asking that same question. So why can't we begin to work together, but knowing what our needs are, what the federal government is telling us what to do, what the state is telling us to do, and now we have the General Assembly telling us what to do.
And none of them know what they're talking about.
said that to my daughter many times. You know, like the long-term effect. You know? And so it's really, we have to work closely together to look at how many students, what are their needs? And we have some needy children. And like Michelle said, you know, this after-school program is just exploding because we're accommodating their needs, but also we're trying to get more students for, you know, and that means we have to hire more language teachers, you know, because they don't know how to speak English. And then they don't know how to read, how to do math. I mean, that's what they're trying to do every day, and it's hard. So please, you know, don't say, I'm not going to give you another penny, because then that just pins us together. Let's work together on how can we fund.
Lee, I understand what you're saying, okay? But look at the bigger picture. There has to be accountability, okay, and there's none over there. Okay, let's face facts. There's facts. Hang on one second.
Your opinion.
It sure is. And it's a fact, because, you know, we're still waiting for things to come through we don't have. So where's the trust? We want to work with you. So hold people accountable so that we can get information and that, oh, okay.
We are doing the best we can with the number of people.
My opinion is I don't agree with that, okay? So, and that's just my opinion. We're going to respectfully disagree.
To disagree. But you have to listen, please.
We do listen. You have to listen. You guys have to pay attention to the dollars, and not just 4%. And you came right up here and just said that. We just keep giving us 4%. Really? That's not going to happen.
Well, then, you know, if you want certain outcomes, you need a steady income. You can't have 3%, then 0, then 1. I understand finances, and yes, it's important. But we also need, please, that continuous. We're getting more students who are more needy. This is not like it was when we all grew up. These are children who don't know how to read or write in their own language, never mind English. So we're facing a lot of barriers. And then we have the federal government telling us what to do, you know, again, the state, and now the General Assembly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lee.
Thank you.
Okay. So what is is there anyone else? No? Okay. So, so how do we make that motion, Peter?
I suppose you would.
I want to make sure
there's two
it's right.
components would be to approve the funding, but also to, I suppose, to require that it be structured as a grant from the town with a
Accountability.
grant agreement requiring some specific reporting and so in terms of timing, Sean, is this something where
Accountability.
Why don't I bring a motion back to you at the next
doesn't need a
meeting
motion,
with some specifics?
Okay.
yeah, I think if we have the
I think we all want to feel comfortable with it. Hey, look, we all want to support the kids. That's not the issue. We want to make sure we're on solid foundation. We want to make sure you have a solid plan, and the funding is needed. There's no question about that.
Yep, and I just, back to your point, the reason that this is on the docket is to start working on correcting the finances and the reporting so that we're not doing something and going back in time and we can't follow it. I do want to stress
agree.
that you and I are on the same page with that.
I agree.
And, you know, I can, as an example, and, you know, without even any of this discussion tonight, like, we make restricted appropriations to the school department for capital projects. And Mark, you know, looks for really an excruciating amount of detail before we approve those appropriations.
Yep.
Everything is well documented, and we would do the same thing here.
Yeah.
I can work with Peter. Like I said, I've talked to Peter, and I talked to Michelle and Rosemary today. We can put that agreement in place and require certain things to be submitted that are audible, you know, the way that Mark does, to make sure the money goes where you want it. You know, and again, and something that this program does, and which what is one of my main concerns, is that we're not spending money in overhead, that every dollar possible is going to a student, not necessarily to an administrator or some other function. And I think when you look at how Michelle is structured these three items, that's what we're really doing. We're getting kids into a program that helps them. So,
I have a question.
Mrs. Vaughn.
Every time we put something off, it means more time. I'm not saying don't do this. I just want you to think about this. If we had approved something tonight, they could start tomorrow, okay?
We're already doing it.
We're already doing it.
No, they're not, they've not expanded it.
yes, they have.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah.
They just need the funding for it.
Yes, there are people showing up for after-school programs, and I think, and that's sort of my point. And again, that's why it's just another difficult conversation. We're basically, I think we're accelerating the accounting, we're accelerating the accounting cycle so that, you know, there's a difference of opinion right now. The accounting of this should have been book a restricted revenue, book a restricted expense, and as those things get identified, you would start breaking it out. The problem right now is there's nothing on the books. Neither the town council nor the school committee have budgeted this money. And it was done from a financial management assumption that we should wait until the ESSER III application has been approved. My opinion, and everyone's got an opinion in the room, is you book it ahead of time anticipating you're getting a certain amount of money. All I'm trying to do is correct this. And then I think the other thing I'm looking at, and I think this is that stress in the room, you've got this accounting issue that is being, you know, addressed in the business office at the school, but there's a state, you know, the state general, you know, a governor that has a budget that's $1 million less than it was last year, you know, aid coming to the town. There's a fund balance you can't rely on for funding operations. You know, we've got to resolve all of those things, and again, like I said when we talked about the issue before, you know, we got about 100 days, 90 days to do it. So this is fixing something so that we can sort of say, okay, that's fixed. Let Peter put an agreement in place. We know we've got something solid in place and it works. Let's move to the next problem, because we don't have a lot of time to sort, and I think that's part of what you're saying. We don't have a lot of time. But let's fix something, fix it for good, move to the next one. And if it's the belt and suspenders that Peter puts on it, I'm all for it, because we just got to move to the next issue, if we're going to dig ourselves out of this.
We have.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I appreciate what Lee says, and I know sustainability is sort of a problem. I'm worried about May 23rd when the school committee submits us a budget. I'm worried about June 1st when the town adopts a budget, because if we don't sort of deal with problems now, we're going to do this for another 12 months, and as much as this is fun, it's not the kind of fun I want to have, so. I think we're in the right direction.
Right.
Okay.
Mr. President, did we agree that we are going to fund it through the Middletown Outreach Department?
Yes.
Yeah, but he's
I think
going to
you
come
made
back with a
that made
proper
it clear, and what we will be putting together will be an agreement that provides just.
Because we can track it right through that department, too. I mean, it's not going to get mixed anywhere else. I mean, that money can go right in there and be shot right out.
And there'll be an oversight component through that.
Oversight department's going on, yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. So we still need the motion, right? Or he's going to come back with a motion?
Come back.
We're going to bring it back to you
Okay.
with something, an
Okay.
agreement presumably.
So we just received it, and that's all we're doing? Okay. Oh, no doubt. Okay. Thank you. Nice job.
Thank you.
And I mean what I say. I mean, I just hope that we can all work together on this. There's going to be some bumps. There's going to be some words said that probably shouldn't be said. There's going to be all that stuff. But it needs to be resolved because we're both very passionate about what we do and sustainability. You're all set?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
20.
So number 20, communication of tax assessor in reference to cancellation of taxes for certain Middletown residents.
Motion to receive said communication.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye. Question?
Mrs. Sanos.
It'll be very fast. And I only have two questions.
You know what it is?
5 minutes.
Not even 5 minutes. Mr. Brown, since the tax assessor is not here, can you explain the other appeal to the assessor in the amount of quite a bit of money, $860?
Yes, so Mr. Durgan received a request to look at the property. He went out to the property, he lowered the condition of the property from good to fair, and he made an adjustment that he felt was necessary to the obsolescence factor, and that resulted in the $860 decrease in taxes due.
So the valuation was too high.
Yes.
And do you know if there were any supplements that he has sent to the finance director?
As I mentioned at the last meeting, you'll get the supplemental tax schedule with the quarterly tax collector's report.
Thank you. That's it.
Okay. Number 21, resolution of the council in reference to cancellation of taxes for certain Middletown residents.
Motion to pass said resolution.
Second?
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye. Motion to adjourn.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, everyone.